The men say after the Supreme Court rule, the men say acknowledge the Supreme Court ruling, but where would they go? If not, this is like he is a speaker, let's go for Koro. But why are you putting the blame? But someone will know that 2023, after that, you say Jimmy, you're not even realized to say we are the president. There, I can't go. What you can meet people after you you say equal rule. You say you will never adhere to equal ruling. Then you can some of you people.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to apologize to our online viewers. There was no sound earlier, and yes, a lot of comments said that there was no sound, but I think there is sound now. So you just want to tell us in the comment section if you are now hearing us. So let's go back to the lines. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello?
Yeah, I can see.
Good evening, let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Moses when I phone to you from St. Paul Bridge.
Okay, Moses, go ahead.
Yeah, what my man have to do with Liberia National Police?
Okay.
You know, you can see if you travel up county, you will get to know that there's no police there. Actually, where I hail from Bon County, there's no police station in Jogwa District 2, except you come Banga. But here is the case. If you come Morovia, like for example, Vatan, if you want Vatan, you will see about 10 to 20 police officers standing right of Vatan and in the up. And look up in Syria, there is no police officer there. And all of them parked right here. I don't know what they are doing here. So I think the police are had a fun reason to assault somebody in the Rock County. Thank you very much for holding me the time.
Thank you for calling in and making your contribution. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, how you doing, Yagazi?
I'm good. And you?
I'm good too. My name is M. Shaggy. I join you from Stagger Community this evening.
Okay, let's hear you.
Yeah, I want to know tomorrow. I understood that tomorrow the legislation will be going to section tomorrow. My point is I want to know.
Tomorrow is not section day. Tomorrow is Friday.
Okay, yes. It will be going back to section, right? And I want to know.
Next week, I understand.
Yeah, next week we're going to preside over the section. I want to know that from you, please.
Who has been presiding over section? It's been the majority block speaker. The majority block speaker has been presiding over section.
It has been conference, right?
The majority block speaker has been presiding over section. As to whether he's going to preside next week, what I'm not sure. Hello? Okay, thank you very much. But the majority block speaker of Richard Cohn has been presiding over the section of the majority block. So obviously, I want to believe he's going to preside over section next week. But let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening. My name is Wiss. Weakundo calling from Grand Crew. Weakundo calling from Grand Crew.
Weakun, Harris Grand Crew.
Yes, sir.
Are you listening? Are you listening to us via the radio or you watching the television?
No, radio.
Okay, that's good to know. How's the signal there?
Yes, clear, very clear. My horse is up the hill.
Oh, okay. Yes, go ahead. Let's hear you out.
Okay, I want the president to go to Arthur Green School and get one of the children that are learning law to replace the Minister of Justice. That makes Lee our president just a common worker, ultra virus that make our president to be unpopular. I want the president to very reason to go out of Green School and tell the junior brothers are there. They will help him to interpret the law. Thank you.
Okay, so you want the president to go at the Arthur Graham School of Law?
Yeah.
So
and take on a 30-year or 40-year theory are there. Then our man who mislead our president and make our president need to support in the whole world that you not respect the rule of law. Let it change him, please, to have good governance.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for calling. All right, so folks, that's it. We'll take more calls. Yeah, and remember, every other opinion or views expressed here are views of the listers, and they do not represent the Spoon Communications Network. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Hello.
Let's hear you out.
And this is Korn Menipolo Kumar. I'm the president of the Association of Liberian Students in India.
Okay, let's hear you, sir.
Thank you. So I thought to phone in this morning from our side to call the attention of our Liberian government for some serious issues that is currently unfolding over here in India as we speak. India and Pakistan are having some conflicts. It's been a long-standing conflict, but is beginning to intensify at the moment. And being the president of the Association of Liberian Students in India, without any consular service, without any diplomatic ties with India, we think it's involved as the Liberian students here. I worry for their lives and everything. Though the conflict hasn't escalated to a high peak, but we thought to take a precautionary measure to ensure that there are plans for our government just in case anything goes beyond that we don't expect. So we thought to place this call because we've been trying our best to have ourselves appear on the show, but not to avail. So I'm over here to just register if there are any government officials following. Though we've sent communication to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also the Senate and the House of Parliament, hoping that um, the call over here can also send further message.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Okay, so folks, that's it. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Hello?
Good evening.
Your name and where you join us from, please.
Good evening. I'm Oscar. There is River calling from Downtown. From Pacific.
Okay, Oscar.
What
go
on
ahead.
my mind have to do with the city system in Downtown?
What's
I
16?
always call for the government. You know, Downtown is one of the populated cities in Nigeria, with the exception of Monrovia. So I want to take this time to call upon the police director. Because in the night, you cannot see no police patrolling in Gamta because it's no patrol vehicle. We have police assigned in Gamta, but they cannot patrol because of those vehicles. So I want to call upon the government to make sure that let them assign at least patrol vehicle to the police and the DA in Gamta. Because I have almost 5 to 60,000 population. And the population is high, and the criminal rate is getting raised in Gamta. So I'm begging the government. Let us see reason and some car to the police in Gamta.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Good evening, Jesse.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm Daniel P. calling from 540 Congo Town.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, my brother. I just want to talk about our resources in this country. Is being poorly managed. This is the reason why you see the very poor like this. God gave us these things so that we can get food out of it. Our country out of it. That's why God look at our country like Liberia and give you diamond and give you gold. But what are we doing with this thing? We just giving it out to people. They have to go working for it now, working, crossing border, coming in our country here. Illegally money. And people are there who after the thing there, to run after the thing there. They are just sitting there and look at the people there, destroy our country. What are we giving to our country? No, we believe that this country, God gave us the resources so that the people can live on it. Other countries living on the resources. But why are we mismanaging our resources and we're not getting anything for inside? People just coming here, they're digging it, carrying it. Look at why crying for Burkina Faso need. The Burkina Faso are here, Burkina Faso are here. Where are we? You know, they respect law. We don't respect law here. So we don't do the people there. Got nothing to do with it. Nothing. Just be keeping we crying.
Thank you. Thank you for calling.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is John from PNC. Is it what's on your mind section of Spoon Talk?
Yes. Please go ahead.
What is on my mind is that some of us Liberians can be very deceitful. I say so because of the situation at the House of Representatives. If it were any Western country, the speaker would have resigned by now, and many of us Liberians, even those in the diaspora who are all would be commending that person for resigning because he cannot obtain the quorum. Here is another deceitful thing that we can do to ourselves and think that the white people are better than us. When Nathaniel Magee order were sanctioned, none of your partner want to show who believe in the rule of law. accepted ascension and said the American government did well. When Mange and others were never tried, they were never brought to meet the accusers. But yet we were praising the American government. That's good, that's good. So we today talk about the rule of law. So I said, like, when we are just deceitful, we think the white people are God and they are better than us. They know better than us. Hey, right now the government was just say somebody is accused and you say you are found guilty and they send you to jail with you saying, why you didn't get him for trial? Why you didn't get him for trial? When Maggie and other people brought before the American government and for the trial to be found guilty before they were sanctioned. No. But people the American government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Oh, good evening, you can see.
Good evening. Let's hear you.
Oh, this is Ben Jacob from Taxpayer Money Suite.
Okay.
Oh, you can see what my mom had to do with my senator and my superintendent of Roger County. You know, we voted for Senator Bocha Sibley, you know, to work in the interest of Roger people. But then we are seeing him and superintendent involved in basic money in our region.
They involved in what?
Illicit money, illegal money.
Okay.
And what they are doing in Roger County, he carry Channel National, and they are doing this money in Bontown called Tatuke.
That's a grave allegation against the senator.
Hello, listen to me now. Yeah, I think you prove it because you know this is why we always told you that you have responding for Roger County, but every time tell you nothing about it. You know that they put in court the women for that place sue the people then concerning about the people they went there. They asked the people sending there that Senator Bocha Sibley sending there. You understand me? With the superintendent every weekend they have their own share there. You know, so that we can say education, but then you can go there and you'll see the proof there. Because what he did, he carried in the or flower hall for him. And they said the agreement they put down, they were responsible to pay the two appointed that teaching in one time called we both have to get. You go there now, you see put in where call one game for which can let them go there. When they feel they ask them who's saying they ain't able to get one document. Because people say they concerned about how they doing lazy money there.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? People raise you are concerned about it. But also now.
Okay.
Yo.
What happened? Follow up on that. The line was so terrible. Let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
My name is Miape. I'm calling from Sokine.
Miape, let's hear you.
Yeah, the thing on my mind is that our new senator, which is Sekoga, the thing what happened to representative, you might not care to the Senate area.
What happened to the representative area?
Yeah, because that one was behind the removal of Kofa. He the one. So the CD might not carry in Senate. Also, he quit to talk. He must take time to talk. The way Senator Pre Waje was take his own time to talk, he must take time to talk. He quit to talk. So that why in my mouth.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for calling, yeah?
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, let's talk to another person here.
Oh.
Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, good evening to Network Sunday and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia and good evening to you, dear brother Mr. Yagazi Jebe in studio in Liberia. By the way, the introduction, I'm Alfonso E.F. Kamara to join this conversation this evening from a peaceful residence. The be Pacific Transformer community within District Number 10, relatively Uru. Thank you for the opportunity you always and spoonfully provide for Nigerian people. But actually, I want to have to do with the educational issue. I want to speak to our educational minister and to our educational ministry and agency. Please try to see how best we can revamp our educational curriculum because our future leader have to be where schools online, educational wise. But these days, our educational curriculum is not up to tax. And our students, they are not by the educational events. You will see them doing school time in the street. they're supposed to be on their campuses to conduct devotion, doing devotion time. And you will see them lottery all around doing school time. So I'm wondering what Ministry of Education or MOD are doing, because Liberian youth need to get good education. So Ministry of Education to stay on their feet and see how best they can upgrade our education system.
Thank you.
So that's what I have today as a recommendation to our society at large.
Alfonso, thank you very much. Let's hear another person out. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah,
Good evening. Let's hear you.
yeah, my name is Peter today. Come on, you are really man calling my song number 4.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me say, if we even do it as another president, Joseph Yuma Bogasi on the dead president of Bobby Laburo, where development coming on. And I want to tell you about the development in Castle in Canada, for the street, connecting the street go, without a more quota payment on the go. And I want to say, I'm appealing to the CEO. President Boga has taken on project. They told me go was solar panel nana in my coffee ajo. And again, they diagnose center, the medical center near the food medical now on the Yahweh. President Boga has initiated that project already. So President Boga and President, I'll be putting a photo on all the project when you get project and put a photo on it. No, because now he's a wise man. So you put a photo on anything. Send it to the President Boga for you. And then continue. You need money, not then you forget like many people.
Thank you very much.
Don't be on the opposition level. Don't be that on the way. You're where opposition. So the ruling party, they party.
Thank you very much. Let's hear another person now. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
Yeah, Yekazi Zogwe. How are you?
I'm good. Let's hear you.
Okay, I'm Kringa Royal David calling from District 11, Mosrado County. Yeah, I think I listened to the Leonard Councilor yesterday, Reverend Boo, and I beg to differ with her because she said that they instruct in the Constitution, Article 49, saying that a equivalent upon the 49th person sign or 50th person to sign the resolution document to take the speaker off on that position. I think that particular clause you read, there's nothing there called 49. They talk about resolution of 210. So I just wanted to make her to understand that they talk about 210 resolution of 210 by the majority. That's all. And I think the speaker, they had the resolution signed by over 50%. And I think the former speaker was taking up for that. But for the Liberian people's sake, he will go there, resign, and he will be the former speaker. The speaker is the speaker. I think for the Liberian people, let them understand that Richard Poon has been in business and he will remain a speaker. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Call us on 0777 00555 101075 0555 101075 0770 417724. Those are the numbers to put it through right here. You're listening to the Spawn Talk, and this is the Speak Your Minds segment. So we are still waiting the CEO and his team of panelists to join us. Once they join us, we will be going into tonight's discussion. It's going to be intriguing, very interesting as usual. So keep it down, keep glued, don't go away, invite someone to listen or view alongside you, because as always, the show promises to be very, very captivating. Let's talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you joined us from? Hello? Okay, let's talk to this person. Hello, your name and where you joined us from?
How are you?
I'm good. Let's hear you.
I'm Joe Moga calling from Yukutan.
Joe, go right ahead. Let's hear you.
Look, what is on my mind is really you're trying to kill the momentum of this program. When you spoon key first, everybody was happy to really listen to you. But at least you're doing with sharing your source on the good as the ugly. But you continue to be on the ugly side. You're telling people what happening around the country, the development that going on. Yeah, AC can go easily. Water insurance is trying. Yeah. Our gasoline price is still in one place. The rest price now go up. We're not saying that it can't down, but it can now go up. No rest shortage. You can't talk on it. Spoon, I'm very, very surprised. Spoon supported a rescue program, but he's trying to damage it. Like you burn the baby, then you want to slaughter the baby, you want to kill the baby. You can't want to kill the child. You're suffer who born the child. You see, discouraging the people. If the people are not seeing this development going on, right now, there'll be chaos in this country. For Spoon talk.
Thank you.
Stop with your highlight. Please highlight some of the progress going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for calling. Let's
very
talk to another person here. Hello, your name and where you join us from?
I'm Philip S. Boy. I do join you from District Number 12, Kansas Padre.
Philip, go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, big brother. How you doing, first day?
I'm good.
My attention has been drawn to the JFK and Memorial Hospital we have in our country. It looks frustrating. Sometimes we carry a patient, and after maybe a person has been accepted at a medical facility, or something after the patient, around 6, 7, and you still want to be around your patient. People say, "Oh, all you should get all the things." And sometimes it looks so frustrating at the point by 9, 10, at the entrance of GSC, you see people lying on the screen because they want to have access to their patients. Sometimes at that hour, you see the time before. Who is XYZ patient? Who is XYZ patient? We need representation. The present case is critical. We need blood. We need XYZ. And then they pour everyone out. You see people lying on the street of the floor. Outside the entrance, we just is very bad. So my recommendation would be sometimes, the government look at it. You're writing a building at a JFK over there. You carry a patient and you don't want to go in. You can stay at the, in the building. And just you attach to it can be fine. But you can carry a patient and no one there to guard the patient. Everyone sleeping out the street. I think it's very bad. You can treat your citizen that for my money. And the next thing would be.
Thank you. Others are on the line. Thank you for calling. Let's talk to another person quickly. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Hello? Okay, CEO, welcome.
Yagazi, how you doing? Good morning. Good morning, Yagazi. How are you today?
I'm good. How yourself?
No, all is well.
No.
Who is Dodo Dodo? Dodo Dodo, you better leave me alone. You know him? You know this person called Dodo Dodo?
I don't know him.
All right. You always follow us, our man. Yagazi, how's Liberia, man? How's the town? How's everything?
Yeah, Liberia's good.
Who won the election in Lima? I miss you, Yagazi. I was trying to ask you, but I couldn't. Who won? Finally. Yagazi, I get cold. My heart is if I laugh too much, then my chest be hurting. But who won the election, Yagazi?
That election story, every later, yeah.
No, but I just seeing you. You are in Nima. Look, you voted, by the way. You're a registered voter in Nima, Yagazi. Who won the election?
Samuel Koga won the election.
Did your candidate win?
Pardon?
Did your candidate win?
Well, I don't want to speak to that, but I can say I voted.
You're very smart. You're very smart. I almost got you right there.
I can speak to that. All I can tell you is that.
But I can see in your eyes that your candidate didn't win. I can see that.
I see your eye. I can tell you is that I voted.
Yeah, you voted. I'm not asking who you voted for, but I'm asking you, did your candidate win?
And that's why I don't want to speak to, because if I tell you my candidate win, then you know who I vote for.
Yeah, see. Oh, my people want people, man. Y'all kind of have some good fun today. But yeah, see, we got a lot of stuff going on. They're saying that Yagazi mad at you because you talk about the SOE. Yagazi, what your business have to do with the SOEs? Why you get mad at me, Yagazi? Yeah, my man. I think about you know the reason why I was talking about the SOE and we got new development today is because they put eating the money. Simple. So we gotta discuss it. And we also got to discuss the way forward for the House of Representatives. We got new developments, right? With Fonati resign, well, we passed that story yesterday. When will Fonati resign? Would there be an election and the way forward for the House of Representatives? Who will the Senate work with, right? Don't forget now, we have an Abraham Darius DeLong tomorrow. They don't have agreed to come on Spoon tomorrow, Yankee. So DeLong will be in studio. The most around senator, DeLong must say go back and forth, but he will be in studio, me. I ain't got no friend, I ain't got no enemy. And, I bitter sweet. Someday good, someday bad. Yankee, you know that line? Someday good, someday bad. What's that? End it for me.
Yeah.
But you say you know it, then you say yeah. They say best to the coup. No, listen, I will say you're gonna end the last one. Best to the coup. Sunday good, Sunday bad. End it.
I don't know.
Why are you scared of end it? Okay. No, listen, listen. Let me say that to Fubi. Maybe Fubi that man enough he will end it. Fubi, have you heard this? Best to the coup. Sunday good, Sunday bad.
I'm not good, Sunday bad.
But finish it up.
I can't finish it very long time.
Who can finish it for us? I really want someone to finish it. You know what? Yankee. Call now. Okay, so everybody that call on God can bless anybody. I heard that they received the money. So we're not doing anything yet. You want to call on that as how you call it? Wait for Sunday. Because Diamond received, and thanks to all of you that contributed, Diamond received the money. He paid those people out. If not, he paid them continuously. But Yankee, if someone can answer this line, we're going to go to the phone line only in Liberia and tell me the ending of this thing that, Fubi is a friend, then maybe we can get that person 10 or 15 bucks. Right, Yankee? Should we try it?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, but Yankee, best to the coup. Sunday good, Sunday bad. That's all I'm going to say. I want anybody to come next. So go ahead. That will be the line. Let's see who knows this thing from day one.
05551010750.
Don't get afraid to say. I will say. I don't care. They'll get fed.
7724. Let's talk to this first person. Hello. Hello, are you there?
We're not hearing the person.
Okay, let's talk to another person. Hello, your name and where you join us from? Okay, let's talk to this person on this line. Hello. Hello. Yeah, let's hear you.
I'm Alex calling for Tubo Village.
Yeah, Alex, you want to end the line?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Where to look for the good of it, I want to get I get a key in it.
No, that's not it.
Okay. You say that ill.
No, that's not the line we're looking for, man. You travel, that ain't.
Okay, thank you. Let's talk to another person. Hello.
Hello.
Let's hear you.
I'm here being calling my brother.
Yeah, go ahead, man. You want to end the line for us?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
West Rugu, Sunday bad, Sunday good, man moving, man dropping.
No, that's not the line I'm looking for. That's something in that thing. Best Rugu, Sunday good, Sunday bad.
Yeah, that's not what he's looking for.
Let's get to it. Go ahead. Let's see who's going to get this one today.
Hello. Okay, well, that's that person. Let's talk to this other person. Hello. Yeah, let's hear you.
Yeah, this is Benja.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. West Rugu, Sunday bad, Sunday good. You know.
Now you say not know. Is that you?
No, that ain't. Let me try this guy. Yeah, your name and where you joining us from?
Hello?
Yeah, your name.
My name is Justin Colley.
But end the line for us now.
Sunday good, Sunday bad. Man, you gonna have a boost. Who's gonna call out?
Hey, the man got it. The man got it. Best for the two. Sunday good, Sunday bad. Man, you gonna have a call out water. Hey, God. Sunday call out water. They got a bad guy. Come here. You was contributing to the cash out for saying nothing live on our show. We don't take nothing live. But the man got it right. And that's the answer I'm looking for. Best to the good. Sunday good, Sunday bad. Man, do you make people call out water? I mean, I'm picking a bow. But then, you just going from the store and say, and you check up the how it is. So man, I don't know where you find yourself today. I want to say welcome to another edition of the Spoon Talk. Oh my God, this is big time today. Andrew Matthews, it's good to see you, my sister. Winston Palat. Oh man, the guy is crazy. Winston, how you doing today? Exodus is in the house. Let's see where Exodus joining us from. Exodus Vavli. Exodus Vavli, it's good to see you. I want to say yes, indeed. Everybody know that line. Besuruku. Sunday good, Sunday bad. Only the magical people can people call out what all. There you go. Fumi, where you learn that from?
Let me say.
But Fumi, let me say, I didn't say, I just, that's what the man said. That's what I say. You will all the magical people. Oh my Lord. But Fumi, we got a great show, man. Again, we're going to continue with everything. We got a lot of stuff happening. The guy's going to be joining us shortly. So we'll continue to take your calls. You know, we want to hear from you. Wiki Joe, welcome to the show. Mattia Sadat. But I want to do something today to celebrate a special person's birthday today. Let me see. Where is this birthday picture? I got to celebrate this person's birthday big time too. I want to welcome all of you that are joining us continuously. We want to welcome you. Wow, this one that trouble, but Fumi, where man Tama, I get us. The man hiding. But Fumi, I'm hearing a lot of stuff though. A lot of stuff happening between now and Tuesday, man.
Oh yeah, Tuesday at D-Day.
That's the other of March. When you say at two boot, you remember?
I know.
At two boot?
I know.
And man, I'm telling you, I'm back and forth on the phone. A lot of stuff happening. But also, I want us to talk about the 10th farm. You know, something about the all tank farm that get things involved. We'll talk about that. We're going to talk about the SOEs again. Those guys' contribution to the government. But a lot of guys running crazy, man. They are running crazy with these different contributions. A lot of people eating free money. You know, for me, it's about Liberia for me. It's not about an individual. You know, I got so many friends in government, outside of government, and I love those guys there, man. I love the fun. But today, I'd like to wish the church mother, our own sister, our own mother, special happy birthday, Marcia Jimmy Jane. She's the mother of the Jubilee Christian Worship Center here in New Jersey. Happy birthday to you, Sis Marcel. It's always good having you around. You are a wonderful person. As you celebrate this birthday today, may God bless you. May God keep you. And we'll send us very, very special shout out to you. We will dedicate this show to you. And I hope everything I say may be under the utterance of the Holy Spirit as I dedicate this birthday and this program to you. I want to say happy birthday. I'm going to sing the birthday song at the end of the program, but we celebrate this gorgeous, wonderful mother, wonderful wife, wonderful sister. Happy birthday, Mother Marcel Jimmy James. All right, that's the church band, man. I hope I did well over here for me, and I'll put it up again. But that's the church mother.
That's good. Happy birthday to her.
So, Fumi, when are you going back to Liberia? When are you going back? The people are asking, when are you going back to Liberia?
But not worry, they'll see me when they see me.
Oh, so that how it is. They see you when they see you. I
They
don't
see
want
me.
to go back because of the election now.
No. I'm proud of my base. My heart is in Liberia. I can't neglect that bro for anywhere.
So when are you going back?
They will see me when they see me.
Oh, okay. I'm hearing that I think he's from Stan, right? You guys correct me. Moba Madu. He's the chairperson for Stan, right?
Yeah.
I'm hearing that he had a couple of attempts on his life. Can you give me a picture with the Stan logo? He got a couple of attempts that someone tried to assassinate him. It's a huge thing happening. Now he's calling for more security. I don't know. I am hearing it. I have reached out to him. And the story, the scary story, strange people following him, knocking on his car windshield, banging on the door. He's on one instant he drove off in a hurry. Let's put the former chairman of CDC, Moba Madu, who is now the chairperson of STAN, reporting that he has some attempts on his life. I know we're going to go to the phone line. Moba Madu get this big July 17th protest coming up, Fubi. We ain't started the show yet. But if this is true, that people trying to assassinate him, that's what I was told. He reached out to me, as a network. And he said that on 2-3 different occasions, they bang on his door, and they bang on his window, and he had to, he drove off. Then this is concerning. So, Fubi, what say you on this story? And I believe that I would try to call the chairman, and I would try to call this chairman to see if we can hear from himself. But let's get the chairman picture.
Yeah. So if that's true, it's unfortunate. I won't support that. But from Molu's record, he used to telling false stories. So that's why sometimes when you get in the habit of not saying the truth most of the time, people can doubt you when when something actually happened. So
When the ball ran into town, and the boss said, the wolf is coming, there was no wolf. The day the wolf came, nobody responded, and the wolf ate him.
Yeah. So just because he had a lot of time in the past, he always gave false stories about himself. And he had been into the 419 BM stuff before when they came in Ghana.
You accused the man of being a BM?
No. The man that ate to equal money on resettlement issue at all. So he was even once a Pastor Moru. so there are a lot of things about him So if it's true, it's unfortunate. I won't support anybody attempting to take away his life, because nobody should be targeted because of their stance against government, because everybody got a free will to do that. So I just hope that he's saying the truth and not one of those stories just to get attention to him. Sometimes people do these things to get attention.
But the man saying that people after me. Can we get more picture? Yeah, can see if you can. He's saying that people after me, right? And on 3 occasions, they chased me. All right. Give us the one that had the STAN logo on, if you can, yeah, can see. But I am surprised that you bring it up, resettlement Ghana, stir up, and you don't want to believe what Malu is saying.
No, what I'm saying, I hope it's not true, because I hope he's saying the truth. If he's saying the truth, then I condemn the act. But for a record, he used to telling false stories about things that he actually didn't do, and making people to make believe issues. So most of the time, when you are noted for those kind of things, people will doubt you when for anything you say. Even if you say the truth, people will doubt you. So that's my point. So I condemn the act if it's true. And nobody should be targeted for standing up for whatever cause. And though I don't support the protest, but he shouldn't be targeted for that.
while we have few minutes, I mean, let's talk about Malu protests. The protests from STEM, we the people. I mean, July 17, I'm hearing Isaac Jackson is the key spokesperson and all the people coming on, right? But you going after Malu right now. Malu said, listen, they have 3 different attempts on my life. And you saying people shouldn't believe Malu because he have the habit of lying. I think that's huge when somebody left is on the line, though, Fubi.
No, I said I don't say people didn't believe me. I said because of a past, people will doubt what he said. And I've seen comments like that on Facebook already trending because of his past lies that he told. People will start doubting. So it's always good to be honest with people from day one, so that the day you speak on something, people will know that yes, this thing is true. So that's the. But I condemn any act if it's true. I condemn any act against his life. I don't think anybody should be targeted for that. For standing up, for the nation, for whatever cause. Though I personally don't support the protests, but I don't think anybody should target him because of the protests. People should take the free will to exercise that right as long as it's done peacefully. Nobody should stop them from doing it. Just make sure that the police presence are there so that we show that it's peaceful for those that are protesting and those who don't want to protest.
Do you think that protest can break the Costa record, the June 7th protest record?
Let's wait and see, because if it becomes a political party based protest like the June 7th state protest, the political party, opposition parties endorse it. So that's what made it huge, and that what gave it that momentum. Myself was present there,
So you were part of that protest.
Yeah, I was part of the June 7th protest. It was a weird step down that I condemned. When they came out with a weird step down for December, I told them, say, I was not part of that. And I will not support any kind of demonstration to remove the president from seat. So I condemned that. And so, but once it's peaceful assembly to petition the government to make decisions and to correct some of the wrongs, there's nothing wrong with that. I support those kind of activities. But once it's geared towards telling the president to leave office, that one I can support it.
Okay, so my thing is that you're attacking the man going all over the country trying to galvanize the truth for the protest. Well, we get 3 more minutes left before we get into the show. The man said, listen, people have tried me 3 different times, banging on my cars, right? And you saying, well, don't believe Malu. Any other thing you say, you already put your word out there that nobody should believe Malu. So anything you say that Khalid, right? Because you don't believe Malu. You went as far as Ghana and said Malu said you were Pastor Malu before. I've never heard Malu being a pastor before. I never heard that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but look at that record. Those that own the broadcast can tell you that about Malu.
Also, you were in Ghana. You were in Ghana with Malu.
I was not there with him, but I know those are they can tell you that.
So you're getting this from a 3rd party, 4th party, 5th party.
Confirm 3rd party that were victims. They had a Queen Sheba program, other stuff. Allegedly, the people didn't go on their stuff.
Yeah, so, but my thing is that Malu coming up with his problem that people are attacking me here in Liberia. Malu coming out and say I'm under attack. People are telling me. And off the bat, I said, welcome our brother Councilor, good to see you on the show. You saying don't believe Malu. Malu wasn't giving ghost story. Malu said he was a pastor, he wasn't a pastor. Malu said he wasn't that. I mean, is that how to even start a conversation here? I mean, it's shocking. From you telling people not to believe Malu? Councilor, I don't know, but hey, Fubi, I don't think Malu would take this lightly though.
No, I don't expect to take it lightly, but I mean, I doubt him until it is proven, because he got record of falsehood. The issue he met Obama in the hallway in Ghana, all those stories that on Malu.
You don't believe that the man met Obama in the hallway?
No.
Why not?
Because he's dating. And recently the message again, if they go to the warehouse, they go inauguration with Donald Trump.
Wait. So everything about Molu now you're saying a lie.
The man have always put out false stories. And, and high profile false stories too. That's the problem.
Wow.
But I don't wish him evil. If anybody try to take a life, I condemn that.
My mom is full, and we're gonna go back to the full line. We got Darius in studio. We'll bring Darius on shortly. Are you hearing Fubi? Are you agreeing with Fubi yet? Molu come up and say they are attacking me. Then the man said, nobody want to listen to Molu. Molu is a liar. He's a habitual liar. He been lying, saying he was in a man's stomach. He said he met Obama. He met Donald Trump. He met Joe Biden. He was, he's a pastor. He's a bishop. Now they just crowned him to be the next Pope, 262, 67 Pope. Are you kidding me yet, Councilor? Fubi is saying a lot.
Okay, so let me say good evening to you and Fubi. And
we start the show yet, but let's join into it. But we get a few more minutes to go.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. But the point of the matter is, Stanton, for ordinary people, it is going to be difficult for them to believe what Mr. Molu have said or what he said, based on all of the things that happened in the past. But for me, as a legal practitioner and a prosecutor, I will look at the facts, because it's not good to downplay, anyone who probably may have been lying in the past, and to downplay any information from that person, because the one you tend to downplay could be just the day that he'll be talking the truth. So we look at the facts, and then we make a determination as whether he's actually been threatened. But as ordinary person, you may not want to believe him, because obviously, based on some of the stories of the past. But for me, as a legal person, I will take his statement and I'll weigh it. But I'll tell you the truth, Stanton. You see, Liberia, many persons have what I would say, made up stories, and they've gone in the diaspora. They have gotten asylum anyway. And I tell you, and the reason why I'm saying, because I had an experience of doing the same, and I said, no, I cannot hurt the country. I cannot lie, because tomorrow, if I lie and I'm given asylum, that lie will come back after me. So I didn't. There was a time when Serena Sivers, my former boss, told me to resign or I'd be dismissed. That was a serious matter for me. I think Phoebe said follow that story. I took an action, I filed a case, and he got mad at why I didn't tell him, and he told me to resign. I said I will not resign. He said, okay, I will dismiss you. I said, you don't have the authority to dismiss me, because I'm a civil servant. And I tell you the truth, there were even the president. It reached to the point where the justice minister was under pressure to dismiss me. And there were people who told me to go and pay Zogo to throw stone at my house, so that I can make a case to go to the U.S. Embassy. I said, no, I don't have any reason to believe that my life is under threat. Until I get evidence, I got some reason to believe that my life is under threat, I will not take any such action to go and seek asylum. Obviously, for some other people, they will have done it, because I tell you the truth, the pressure was on me. My family, many persons who follow the story, they know. But I didn't do it. Others who have done it. So the issue of making up stories, it's normal in Liberia. So I don't want to say that what Mulu is saying is false, but we have to investigate it. The government.
I hear what you say, and thank you for giving that story. But I'd like to welcome everybody joining us. Let's open the phone line, guys. I want you to call in. All right. The chairman of STAN, we're going to start the show shortly, right? Boba Modu, the former chairman of CDC, right? I really don't know him like that. So if you do know him, and he said he's on an attack, and he's saying the allegation that NSA agents are after him. These are allegations that NSA agents are after him. because, you know, Stan moving up and down to have one of the biggest protests. So let's open the phone line and listen to people. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello.
Yeah, your name, where you joining us from?
Hey, this is Peter Joy.
Yeah, talk to us then.
I'm calling from Morocco.
Yeah, talk to us.
Look, the character Molu, you know, as Ubi said right, Molu was in Ghana, and he organized a repatriation or resettlement scheme when he called the Shiba program, and he took 5,000 cities for every Liberian and Ghanaians that wanted to get on that program, and no one soul went to America. And besides that, he took some people and took it even in Accra and lied that they were going to America and all that kind of thing. He came back to Liberia and said that he shook Obama's hand in Ghana, all the kind of thing. He said that when the NSA arrested him, and
so I understand. So your position here is that, are you saying Malu lied?
It could be he lied because.
Okay, thank you for saying it could be. Thank you. Let's go to the next one. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where are you joining us from? I mean, you won't call on the show there, international. All right, so we're gonna take calls from both out and in. Let's hear you, Yekezi, the story on Balu. Balu, you know, actually they're doing the stand, you know, stuff. So Balu actually preparing for this protest. But Balu saying that, you know, they have attacked him 3 times. He ran for his life. The allegation that NSA officer after him to assassinate him. This is a big news. If you saying that Balu lied, if you believe Balu, well, it's on you. So your name and where are you joining us from? Talk to us.
Calling from Brentford.
Yeah, but man, put straight in your voice down. You're on the show.
So, I'm Abraham to not calling from Brentford, North Dakota.
Yeah, what say you? You heard about the story. What say you?
For me, people that model there, they are really sick up. They're there to glorify themselves. So, why we don't let each other in our country?
So, you don't believe the story that they tried to assassinate him?
Yo, people that model don't be trusted in our country anymore.
Thank you. Let me bring in this person. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Victoria Salata. I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Man, Vicky, talk to us.
Okay. Thank you, Master.
You're welcome.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you.
Okay.
So, Chalamalu said they won't kill him. Chalamalu said they won't kill him. Yeah, and Fubi said we shouldn't believe it. I mean, what do you think?
The one where I want to tell about the thing that about the pension people pay that in that all them my husband pay that supposed to be getting the retirement money. The pension pay are supposed to get it. I want to talk about it.
Don't talk, Mama. You want to talk what you want to talk. What? You got to talk that one today. Go ahead.
Okay. 2021, July 26, I went to the office there for my pay. It was my ID card was expired. They were not paying me so 2021 July. Up to now, I don't receive my pension pay. My money stayed there. The people now even get done.
So how much you were paying you? How much you were paying you every month?
Early used to give me 900 liberty.
Amen.
Joe, we are calling this in the year now. Joe, we are used to give me 1,500. Then it carry out to 1,700.
Liberty.
Because they said that my husband was taking $20. They used to pay my $25. They used to pay our husband, and my husband would live for 42 years.
Amen.
Say it down.
On my way. So where is the way? Where is the way from Bugus? Woman, I never tell Oma asking for. No. Oma, now you want me to share tears.
Now never tell. They say my husband was supposed to get 25. I said the man died, they will give me 900. Then I tell Eddie, I said, oh, when that woman give me $900, I get children. I don't have house. The place where I live in now for rent. Then the woman said, give me 900. I say all the time looking at it. Then the woman wants to give me $900. So nobody was there a lot of time to talk for me. The other woman used to give me that 900 every month. Every month. They come to Jovia now. Jovia will give me 1,005. From 1,005, when they tell Jovia getting the chair, give me 1,005 up to 2021, he stopped.
So why they stop?
In 2021, July.
So what's your full name? They give me your name.
My full name is Victoria Salapet. My husband was 4 corner in police.
Can you spell your last name?
Yeah.
Spell your last name.
S-A.
Mama, go ahead. Spell your last name.
Okay. S-A-L-A-P-E-H.
And what's your husband's name?
And in Catherine Salapet.
You want to spell the first name?
Catherine.
Well, how you spell it? Frederick or Catherine?
Catherine.
You know how to spell it?
No, that one there. I know this. Okay.
So, but are your name on the check, right?
Yeah, my name on the check.
And your name is Victoria Sarape.
Yes.
And your phone number. If you want to call that, I got it already. That's the number you called it from, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to send this information to the NASCO boss. They call him DeWell. I put a picture up now. They call him DeWell from Boo Boos. I will send the information to him, okay? And I will ask him for your husband money. So the last money you received at 1,700 Liberty, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that will when? July 2021?
July 2021. That my daughter said for me, I was coming here America now because I was said they get said for me to contact me. That the one I get now, I said, okay, since the day, then my son go and be taking the money.
So you show your son not taking the money?
They gave my son that 1,005, they gave it to him 3 more. Send out time they stop up to now. Send 2021 money, they get 3 more.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Now, they gave outside, now he police. I told him yesterday, I said, please go to the Sekola, send my son, you will walk after it.
Oh, so you saying the same Koga?
Yeah, I saying that.
Okay, so I will call Sam Koka, and I will call. I'm going to call Dewey myself and give him the information that they can look in it for you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, my son.
Mama,
Thank you very much.
Mama Victoria.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
Victoria, your husband.
Always just find the time before they show your honor. I witness this show every day. When 3 o'clock, my daughter say you're putting woman show on. You're putting woman show on. And yeah, on it.
Okay, we will let Joel know. We'll send the information to him. He the NASCO boss, okay? And then I will tell Sam Koga to call you. I'm going to send your number to Sam Koga right now, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mama Vicky. Thank you very much for watching. God bless you. Yeah, I will let him know. I will say your name to him too. He'll call you, okay?
Okay.
All right, Mama. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I mean, to make it, I won't stop by. 1,700 Liberty.
Oh yeah, the NASCO Act is terrible.
That's the pension money they've been giving to people who retired. Some of them make $5, which is like $900 like $1. You hear the woman say they were paying her $900, and then eventually they move it up to $1,000.
She said they were giving her $900, Madam Sally. Joey took it to 1,500, and then he took it to 1,700, and then they stopped. My Lord have mercy.
So the entire NASCO Act needs to be reformed, reviewed. I mean, it's 2025. and you're still paying people retirement money, $1,000, $2,000, like $1, less than $25 a month. Who can live on that when they retire? Right.
So, but I'm going to send the information to these guys, and I hope that they will help her. Because the last I heard from DeWell, he said everybody receiving the pension money. He said everyone. He said, Stanton, if you can identify anyone that have not received the pension money, please let me know. So now it's open. I wasn't expecting her to call. Even if that $1, the woman deserves her husband pension money. He served for 42 years in the Labrador National Police. He sacrificed for the country. And the woman can't even get $900 liberty. Are we okay?
Wow. He was a corner in the police.
Yeah. I mean, this is real time. This is real time. Nobody can say somebody programmed this. This is real time that people saying what's going. Look at the woman said myself saying Goga. She even pronouncing it in Nima way better than I would pronounce Samuel Koga. I mean, who want to fight for these people?
Nobody fighting for them.
I would say welcome to the show. Paul Kennedy, welcome. It's good to see you guys.
Yeah, but Stanton, they 1,005, only $7.50 though.
Wow.
But we're at 200.
Yeah.
We in trouble. The Honorable Larry Youngquet, welcome to the show. Honorable Larry Youngquet. Yeah. Yeah, the Honorable say you could be right. 7.50 Uncle Sam. You're right. Yes. That's why she was going home with. And that's somebody with children. That's a grandma.
That's why most government officials don't want to retire. Because if you don't have a pension to rely on, you will perpetuate yourself in. And if government job is the only thing you know, Stanton, you will never want to leave the arena because that's how you're going to keep living. That's why they are recycled. They can do anything to get government position because they don't have other things.
But Paul, forget about the so-called politician government official. You know, look at the police people, the nurses, the civil servants, and those kind of people that one used to be more concerned about. Now those people that can be cutting deals and making money and building houses and doing things. But those ordinary people, like the nurses, the teachers, people in the military, you know.
But you know, Uncle Sam, we were discussing about the SOE yesterday, right? And we'll bring Darius though on pretty soon. The reason why we're doing this thing is just to remind people that, listen, the government can make over $1 billion. Uncle Sam, and you know that easily. Do a budget of $1 billion or so, over. But Uncle Sam, the loopholes, the way people just enriching themselves.
Stanton, every time the budget increase, government expenditure increase, that they don't put that money into public sector investment or put it into developing human beings, right? Because remember, in 2006, the budget on Judy Brown was 88. So to Ellen, it went to like 129 million. And then eventually 622 million. And every time the budget increases, civil servants, you know, like the wage bill increase. At one time, it was 2/3 of the expenditure. 2/3 of the expenditure. You know, and I don't know what the percentage is, but I'm like about 40% right now. That's too much money to run that small government. That small country, that government, you know, and they're not providing the kind of services that people need, like health, education, social welfare, all those things. They're not doing it. They're not building public housing, you know, they're not doing things, they're not giving people electricity, they're not giving us enough water, there's a lot of things that they're not doing. Social welfare, the whole Zogo business there, how much money they putting into social welfare for rehabilitation and reintegration of the Zogos. Those are serious things that they don't even pay attention to. It's all about the legislature, about 40 million for 103 people out of a population of 5.2 million people. It's just too much. There has to be a whole reform, public sector reform, you know. But instead of thinking about public sector reform, they worry about who is speaker, who is not speaker, who is head of a committee, who is doing this. I mean, it's just so convoluted. It's so backwards. It's very sad, man. It's very sad. The country just is stagnant.
So the man worked for 42 years, and every month he going home with $7.50.
Yeah.
42 years.
Yeah.
This is something serious is happening in our country. 42 years. But guys, we'll send the information out there, and we wish Manfred Turo. Thank God she's here in the state. You know, she's our fan. She watches the show religiously, and we are grateful to God for that. I want to say to all of you that joining us, thank you. But guys, let's share the show. James Colley, let's share the show, my brother. Let's share the show. Zil Carter, Maurice Harris. It's good to see all of you. Joseph Clinton, thank you for joining us. We're going to bring in everyone else. Go on Facebook right now. Tipo Speaking Dempster. It's good to see you. Ibrahim Amar Donon. Thank God you are here. Let's share this show again. I want to say, man, Kula son. You say if you're sorry for our country, my brother, you and myself the same. Josh Korea Morris Senior. Again, I say to you, thank you, Fode Camon. Thank you, Julius B. Swen. Thanks for joining us on the Review Change. Our man is here. Tipo Speaker Dempster. Jatu Gray is in the house. Kumba, Joanna Sa is here. John Lasman Stenny. John Lasman Stenny is here. Peter Togba, Mel Carter, Dolo, my man just gave me a hard time. Ishman Togba again. It's good to call your name. Aseru, Tonia Nima. I want to say as we break in real quick while we get the show going, I want to send a special birthday street out to myself, Jim and Jim of the Jubilee Christian Worship Center. This is the Pastor Webb. This is Pastor James Webb. Today is a birthday. We say, may God bless you and congrats. Hope you are having fun right now as we dedicate the show to you and we say happy birthday. I want to say to all of you, thanks for joining us. Let's get into it. Uncle Sam, you made this one. I'm going to bring it back. Then we'll bring in Darius Doe. Darius Doe will spend 30 minutes or 45 minutes with us. Then we go to other national issue. I received information and I spoke to Moba Madu, the chairman for STAN. He said on 3 occasions he was targeted. The allegation that NSA is after him, they're trying to assassinate him. This is a big one. And he said even most recently, they banged on his car door, forcibly trying to open the car door. And I asked him, were you in a bad environment? He said, Stanton, all over Liberia is not safe. But where I was, it should be a safe environment. But these people tell me they drove behind me from a long, very long drive. And when we reached to a place, I thought I was safe. They came banging on the door. Uncle Sam, you know you have a scheduled protest, July 17th. His accusation, he's waiting to speak to the press that they are after him. Uncle Sam, what say you?
Well, then it requires an investigation because those are serious allegations. And I think Moba should make an official complaint to the national police and let the police investigate and make a determination as to what it, because this is potentially explosive. You know that he's planning a demonstration for July 17, and then he's been, allegedly attacked. So we need to find out who's attacking him and whether his life is at risk or not. So the police need to get involved. So I'm calling upon Gabriel Coleman right now to call, because Moba Molu made those charges on his Facebook page. I think he should go to the police, make a formal complaint, and let them start an immediate investigation, because this is potentially explosive.
Thank you, Paul. Speak to us, then we'll go to Honorable Gray here. Paul, talk to us. This is huge allegation. I mean, and he's directing these things to the Liberia National Security Agency, the NSA.
How does he know it is the NSA? NSA not working around.
We can ask him. He's have intelligent. He said these are allegations coming from the NSA.
NSA is not working around with. It's easier to say the police than to say it's NSA. But like Uncle Sam said, these are serious allegations. He really need to go to the police to report it, so that they start a probe into this. when there's a claim of life involvement, it should be taken seriously. Nobody should overlook that. I think he should go and report the incident to the police and provide. They might question him, and the police could file this to begin to probe into the matter. It's it is his word against none other. So he needs to go to report it to the police, file a case, and they will put it on. They will start the investigative process. But at this point, that's all we can say about it.
Yeah, but for you to say, how does he know it's NSA? I mean that you just fall into phobia hearing and say that let's forget about the man.
Yeah.
It's not,
No.
deal.
I'm not. That's not what I'm saying.
Because you just say, how does he know that it's NSA?
Somebody, first of all, somebody's running after you, trying to threaten your life. How do you identify them? If the story had been, people are trying to get at me, people were looking behind.
Man, the man receiving intel. He served as party chairman for over 6 years.
Exactly. So let him go provide that to the police. Let him provide that to the police. I think a question wanted to say, how did he know? How did he ID the would-be assassin? That's my concern.
I mean, you're right. That's a good concern. Let's bring it Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray, your former party chairman, Moba Malu, his allegation that NSA is after him on 3 occasions. I mean, this is huge, yo.
Yeah, Moba Malu, good evening to all, in fact, gentlemen. All the ladies will join later on. Fubi, how Burkina Faso, you okay? Fubi, you okay? How Ouagadougou?
Remember, tell me about Maludi, the mayor of Burkina Faso.
Tell your story. Leave my life. Don't worry about me.
I just want to know the main Burkina Faso, so I just wanted to ask what ain't okay. So
how you tell me Burkina Faso, we tell the people where how you call him, Jefferson Koji, which country in you?
You can tell them where you know.
Okay. All right. I just want to know because you'll be begging for people to keep it. You'll be begging for people to keep it quiet. If you disclose what the man will tell the poor Jefferson Koji here too.
He put himself on Facebook and all picture of just public record.
Let's get back to Chairman Malu.
I hope you do well in Burkina Faso. I just want to tell you that we can get intelligence that all. So that comes to the model issue. That comes to the mobile game model issue. No, Paul, I will tell you that I have no doubt it's the NSA. Forget about Model being a party chairman. Model and I operated as far back as 2004, 2005. Model, very good friend of mine, brother, we stood up in the struggle together. Model got arrested 12 different times, minimum, on our early administration.
You kind of low though, Gray. You want to come in first one to the set? I'll make some adjustment.
I hope you getting me?
Yeah, it's better now. It's better.
Yeah. I said the reason why I have no doubt about the NSA because Modu got arrested 12 different times on our early 2030 administration. 12 different times that I know of on record. The first arrest was done similarly with an unlicensed vehicle on Crown Hill that came, tailed our vehicle and bike and watched us for some time. Okay, the old cinema that were down there opposite old Zanzibar. There's a cinema that used to be down there, but people used to sell there and stop for vehicles and things, for cars. They had some entertainment area around there. So we were there that day, and then the guys came and did the same, and parked with unlicensed vehicle, the same explanation he provided. And all of a sudden, when we decided to leave, that's when the guys collected Modu. And I put out resistance that the guys will have to identify themselves. They can't just pick him up and carry him. In fact, that day they resisted because they were many. They put him on licensed vehicle and they took him to the NSA headquarters. When former NSA director and President Sadi were all over the country at that time on the donor conference, the Deb Weaver conference. And I remember she instructed that he should be released. We argued consistently the next 2-3 days at NSA headquarters. We even protested and they had to send him to the National Police headquarters. So this is not a strange thing. He talked about the unlicensed vehicle that parked behind his car consistently telling him. He also spoke about where he stopped at an intersection of the light, the red light, what we call red light in Liberia, and then somebody forcefully came to open a car, about 30% including a female. You can see on the car handle. I think they took the handle of the car off. So these are not strange things. And many of the same characters are still there. It's not strange. So like you said rightfully, the police does not even have to wait for a complaint. Under these conditions and under these situations, the police or the NSA or whoever responsible should get involved immediately. You don't have to wait for a complaint to save the life of a Liberian citizen. You are under obligation, you have a responsibility. And Stanton says something very important. Look, there's no security apparatus in this country that we don't have information from. I can tell you that for sure, whether it be the EPS, the NSA, the Armed Forces of Liberia, the information one will get it. Because we work with so many persons, we interact with so many persons, we know the street. I can tell you that for sure. We know the street, we know a lot of people, okay? So there's a very serious allegation that the government needs to take charge of. God forbid something happened to Modu. Everybody will be saying, oh yes, but we shouldn't be saying, oh. The government, in fact, need to accept.
Yeah, but what you make about Phoebe bringing up Malu Paz and saying, listen, the message was a pastor before, don't believe it. The message he met Obama, that was a lie. He met Donald Trump. They invited him to the White House. In this time, I mean, is it necessary for Phoebe to even go there? The man say about his life. Then Phoebe said the man do people in Ghana and all this stuff. I mean, wow. I mean, for me, I'm shocked. I'm sorry, Phoebe. I'm shocked that you go that route.
But basically, you see, that's some of the problems that are going. Phoebe is like the guys who quick to attack people personalities. It's not too good. That's why sometimes when I respond to him on the show, then people say, calm down. You don't have to re-attack. This man, there is a public record in the Republic of Liberia that Mobile Modu have been incessantly, arbitrarily arrested. During the Ellen Step Down campaign, he will pick up Effie and bundle in the police vehicle with PRD and other people. We're just talking about it today. And carried to the police station. Arbitrary arrest, even the day George Bush was coming to Liberia. The day George Bush was coming to Liberia, Modu was arrested on that day. The day of the Women Colloquium, organized by Ellen Johnson, Modu was arrested on that day. And he was placed behind bars by the very NSA and the police.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're talking about.
Thank you. I don't know what Dr. Richardson is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Greg. It's good to see you, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, I know that you work today. Are you looking all dressed up?
Yes, I did. I worked today.
Yeah, well, for me, I'm saying, anyway, let me mind my business. Who am I? But you look extra. You look extra today.
Thank
but
you.
Dr. Richard said, Mobile Modu is now saying that maybe I can say allegation that they are going after him, and he pointing out NSA. People tilted him on 3 different locations, banging on his car, and all because he's talking about the protest, the July 17th protest. Modu is the chairperson for STAND, and they come up and say, we, the people. So let me give you a chance to speak on this quickly before we move on.
Hello, everybody. Quickly, he's sort of highlighting our justice system. We know that we have problems with the justice system, and it is possible and it is not possible that people are, accusing him or trailing him just because he's speaking for a protest in the country. So, if anybody's going to wrongfully accuse him or put him in jail or, arrest him, I think that would not be a good move. That would not be a good move. So, but it's not uncommon in our country for people to just arrest you just because maybe you stood up wrongly. It's not uncommon. I've seen that in Liberia, where they would take you to, South Beach just because you didn't talk good or you talk good. So his saying that is just highlighting what's going on in the country in terms of the justice system. I'm not surprised.
Are you concerned now? In May, he scheduled a protest for July 17. I mean, what's the way out here? Uncle Sam said, go to the justice system. Paul Kennedy said, well, you got to go and report this. Phoebe Henry and all of us say, no, Malu is a liar. I'm not even going to look and talk about it anymore. I mean, what's the way out here for Malu?
What do you mean? Should he schedule a protest?
What should he do? No. What should he do now? People are chasing him. I mean, if these allegations are true, what should Malu do?
Well, there's nothing to me. I don't think there's, besides, until he gets arrested or somebody said that they are arresting or accusing or something, there isn't much he can do because he goes to the NSA or to the justice system. Wouldn't it be the same system that trying to arrest him? So how safe is he going to be? So
do you think the government should come out now and just speak and say something? Because you are talking about the former CDC party chairman, number one, and people are thinking that this thing will be bigger. What do you think?
Well, I don't know if the government should speak specifically to his issue. What I think is the government should speak specifically to everyone's safety in the country. Is the government's rights to protect all of us, but not to specifically to Malu's issues. That's all I have to add. It seems like Stanton left his chair already.
Yeah, so let me just like my direct statement. I said, look, if you are used to telling lies, when you say something that is true, people will doubt you. Because of Malu's past record, people might doubt him. But if it is true that they actually after his life, I condemn that. I said that because Malu once upon a time accused President Weah and Akawas Beraya. Firstly, Malu also talked all the time about President Weah when he told him he said liquor talk. So these kind of statement, when you make statement that you cannot stand by, and when you falsely say things, the day you say the truth, people will doubt you. So if it's true, I condemn it because nobody should be chased or killed because of standing up for protest. And myself, I protested a lot of times in Liberia. And I support peaceful protest. One is peaceful, it will not disturb the peace. I've said that clearly. But we need to cross-check his truth and his lies. That's where the investigation comes in.
Well, thank you very much. I think we can move on. Except we should be able to move on from this. What do you say, Honorable Gray? I want us to get into the conversation now.
Yeah. No.
Has Councillor Goose spoken yet?
Yes, he did. He spoke on this.
No, but quick response to what Phoebe said. It's unfortunate. People talking about the life. The government, every government that comes to power, take an oath to uphold, protect, and defend life and properties and the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. Every government. It doesn't matter whether someone has a deadly pass, or even if the person is a war crime criminal, it doesn't matter that you should go kill the person. The law doesn't say kill the person, that mob justice. Okay? If we're looking at people past history in this country fully, then even some of the people you do business with, you should not be doing business with them. We got to be real ourselves. I'll not be personal with you tonight. Okay? But that is very dangerous. Not to be concerned about the safety of people and talking about the past they were doing there. Do you know how many stories we've heard about you? Do you know how many stories we know? If we begin to tell the stories, we'll not end the stories here tonight, which is not good.
Thank you.
Okay.
So let's move on.
Let's concentrate and focus on the issue that there's a trend and a history of NSA picking up mobile model. And the same United Party-led administration is in power again. There's a public record. There's not something that is being manufactured. Modu has not manufactured that he's been arrested or been told that he has not been arrested before by the government.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. Let's move on. Thank you very much. We're gonna have Modu. We're gonna have Modu briefly.
You only hour arrested and placed beyond bond.
Honorable Gray, we gotta move on.
Not talking about arrest. I don't support people killing him. I said that already. I'm not talking about arrest. So don't try to reframe it.
Tubi, let's move on. Honorable Gray, let's move on. I want to welcome all of you. You want to say something, Councillor? I see that you're unmuted your mic. You want to be the last speaker on this, please.
Yeah, so no, all I want to say, Stanton, is the fact that Molu is not making and then what I will say wide allegation. Molu is direct. He is calling an agency of the government name. It is incumbent upon us to call Molu in for him to provide the information that he has, for him to describe the vehicle, for us to get all of the facts surrounding what he said. Like I said earlier, people can lie. Generally, normally, for ordinary person.
Councillor, let me interrupt you. At last, we were able to get Mbalu, stand chairperson, Moba Madu, the former chairman for CDC. Thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you for joining us tonight. The allegation about you've been killed so many times, information coming forth. Welcome to this phone talk. You are live.
Thank you.
What's going on here? We saw your Facebook page. I reached out to you, but now can you explain to the nation what's happening here, please?
Well, in the first place, Stanton, thank you for taking me on your show. I'd like to use this time to appreciate all your panelists. I don't know how many persons there, so I wouldn't call everybody by name. I'm sure Mr. Grace on the platform.
You got Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, Phoebe Harris.
Dr. Richardson, and all my good friends, my compatriots, all different presenters. Thanks to everybody. Thanks for bringing me on the show. Thanks to you, Stanton, also.
You're welcome.
And I didn't even want to go public with this information because I think it will be a distraction. I'm not one of those that is intimidated by state-sponsored actions and arbitrariness and crackdown when you are doing exactly what is required to push the country forward. Peter as a mayor, it was thought that this information should be put out because of the multiplicity of other threats that keep coming in and the different information we are gathering from inside sources. We also have, we have counterintelligence officers in the area, and they give us information about all the details, their plot plans, plans to wiretap people, plans to send agents to our meetings to pretend to be supporters, telling us at different time intervals. We with nothing is surprising. We knew they were going to do these things, and we're not going to be detailed about this action because this is a government that is gradually losing it, and they are sort of accelerating the archaic tendency that is going to be counterproductive to the rule of law. So we would rather stand up and go down fighting than to be intimidated by a bunch of oligarchs that are polluting the seat of power. Now to the issue that you put me on the line for. On the 5th of May, I just came from a meeting and was on my way home and took the route from around the 101 gas station area going towards Tupelo Junction. As soon as I arrived at the intersection where there's a traffic light, I was compelled to come to a halt because of the traffic light, and then instantly on my left hand, 2 persons disembarked a moving motorbike. So a lady dressed in short jeans trousers walked to my vehicle and started knocking on the vehicle, first gently, then it got louder from time to time. So in those times, like in split seconds, it became violent and she was hitting at my vehicle. I was driving, I was in the Range Rover that is tinted. So they had no way of knowing, which specific location I was in on the vehicle. So, but she was knocking the door so violently that I almost brought down the windshield. But then on second thought, because the place is isolated, there's no power around there except the traffic light, which was on red. So there were moving vehicles left and right. So I couldn't go forward. I was compelled to remain stationed and analyze the situation that was unraveling right before my eyes. So as she was knocking the driver's side window, then I also heard a loud sound coming from the right. So while this guy was knocking the car from the driver's side window, two persons on the right hand were trying to also forcibly open the passenger side door. And one of the guys was pulling on the handle of the vehicle. Pulling on the, so hard that the handle of the Range Rover that I was driving broke. I think the picture is on social media, it's on Facebook. I didn't break that myself. They broke it. Now, at the same time, the guy that was standing by the guy on the other side, on the left-hand side, I saw that one of them was armed. One was armed. So I almost thought these were criminals. But then when I saw the consistent actions from the right hand, from the left hand, and thought about the intelligence that we had gathered days before the 5th, which pointed towards innocent agents stealing senior officials of the way the people planned rally, and that the details also emerged before then that there will be plenty agents amongst us that will pretend to be members of that will pretend to be protest organizers. So on second thought, this may be a stage attack. So don't bring your windshield down, leave the terrain. On impulse, I decided to leave to just drive my car forward. But then I was in the middle of the traffic, we're at the Dupero Junction, and there's this traffic light still on red. There are moving bikes coming from right, coming from left. But to escape the trend, because it was getting so pervasive and strong, I drove from the red light, just enter the traffic. As God will have it, I didn't hit nobody. There was no collision. It just spelled off using the right lane all the way towards here the junction.
Chairman, were you the only person in the car?
I was driving. Most times I'm alone. People who know me know that except where I'm coming from meetings, I'm driving people from at different locations. Most times I'm alone in my car. My cars are all tinted. I have drivers, but for specific reasons or specific times, I'm alone. That night was one of those nights where I drove alone. I came from a meeting.
Have you reported this, Chairman Bodo?
Report to a police that is looking for opportunity to harm me.
Okay.
We've seen visible threat from the police, and we've not been quiet about their activities against innocent Liberians. So the police itself is a threat to our own survival. How can I go to a police that is looking for opportunity to harm me?
So why you think the police want to harm you?
Because the police has become an instrument in the hands of the oligarchs to carry out their whims and caprices. It's not that police that is supposed to be protecting people. They are carrying out the dictates and the minutes of the presidency and other oligarchs and power brokers in the realms of authority in the Bacalao government. No, this is a very, very, very strongly fractionalized government that has disintegrated at different levels, where there's no central control. Everyone doing his own thing to accelerate political expediency, to build a consolidated power at the detriment of the governing process. So it's not one government where somebody is in control. Walker obviously is not in control. He's just sitting down there like the puppet president that is being worked around by individuals that have got interest.
My last question, I would beg that you take one question from the guys each. Let me ask the last one. Have you reached out to the partners? To the partners, the regional partners.
No, I'm not. This is the first statement on this issue was made public.
Okay.
It is just this evening that the team thought that we should go public. As a matter of fact, I'm not a unilateral person. We run an institution. We are the people that will be coming out on the 17th of July in an unstoppable, mass-based, peaceful, democratic process to build resistance against all the bad things happening in the governance space. And so I don't just go out and take action or make pronouncement. It has to be discussed internally. So
Okay.
when the team decided we should go public with this information, the first thing to do was to put up a statement. So I've not contacted any regional or international partner about what transpired on the 7th and on the 5th. So the first information dissemination process took place today on social media to some of you guys, members of the press.
Dr. Richardson, you heard from the chairman of STAN, Moba Madu.
So, Chairman Malu, would you say that it's possible that this incident could have been caused by, theft, someone who's maybe high on drugs, or somebody who wants to steal something from you, or it could be caused by, opponents, people who are running after you, the government who tracking you? So is that possible that it could be either or both?
Well, in the first place, anything is possible when there's an attempt on an individual life or when such things occur. Nevertheless, as I said earlier, we have informants, we have counterintelligence officers giving us details. And to be very honest with you, we got information beforehand about these activities that started happening right before our eyes. And what happened on the 5th was also complemented or compounded by a similar situation, which is also in the release. I went to visit a friend. I was leaving, from where I was being tailed by this tinted this vehicle that has tinted windshield, and the operator parked right behind my vehicle. While trying to leave, and I'm entering my car, he's not moving the car, and the driveway is narrow. Why would he be parked there? This happens just yesterday on the 7th. Okay. So I'm walking to him to engage him, but I have to leave him. Please move your car. As I walk to him, he backs off. He doesn't back off very far enough. So I'm walking away. As I walk to him, he's backing up. So to walk too long of a distance from my vehicle, it becomes vulnerable. So I said, well, let me stop this far and just get to my car, get in my. But how when you see me getting in my car, he will back up and give me the right away. But he didn't back up. I got in my car, he still started. In fact, he came back to the space he had occupied before I walked to him. So he admitted there was an incident. So what did I do? Step on the gas, and I was going to go there to confront him with the car, and my car is bigger in capacity and size, so you have to give way. And sped off one of the main road and went opposite direction. That was on the 7th. So the consistency of these activities ruled out the possibility of criminals or me just being in the wrong place where a crime is being committed. I think it was targeted, I think it was staged, and I think it cannot be divulged from the planned process that is to arrive on the 17th of July to call government's attention to buy governance, impunity, rule of law issues, and to ensure that the means are put forth that compare the president's compliance to do what is right to strengthen and move toward the democratic power.
Thank you, Chairman. Uncle Sam, you got a question for the chairman, Uncle Sam? Then we'll go to Fubi.
No, I don't have any question. I think it's very clear about what happened to him, and I just hope he will get reported to the police. I don't have any question for him. Thank you very much.
Fubi, you got your one question for the chairman?
Yeah, so firstly, I'll tell you, I say, if your statement is true, I condemn it. Like I said, nobody should be killed because they stand up and they want to protest, because protests are right on our law. I've protested many times, and I support every peaceful protest. Though I don't support this protest, but if I support people's right to protest freely and peacefully. One is peaceful and doesn't harm people. But my position was, why should we believe you? And because this one, you alone, you got another person to say it. And then once you have your personal experience, your own experience, nobody can doubt you for that. But there are past records that are set on the show that you have consistently said some things that were not true, or that you talk back, like the liquor talk and all the other stories. So why should we believe your story now? Because when you say something wrong before, if you come to say the real thing, people will doubt you because of the past lies that were told. People will always be that, oh, I don't believe that man. So that will send a lot of doubts in many people that are out there. So it's not only me talking it. A lot of people on Facebook have also expressed the same concern about different stories of the past. Why should we believe this one?
Chairman?
Well, in the first place, I don't tell lies. If you lie, I do not. And I'm not going to dignify any reference to the usual politics of 2009, so forth and stuff like that. I tell more truth than your president. He lies every day. I speak truth to power. I have been so forceful. I have been a man of so much integrity, holding officials' feet to the fire, that I was arrested more than 16 times under President Shirley while Mr. Bucket was vice president. I have an integrity that cannot be disputed. So I'm not going to go into politics, or distraction that you're trying to play on the show. I'm not going to go to that. So what I can say to you is, I have absolutely no reason to break my own car handle. My car handle is broken. It's on social media. It's broken, so that I break the car handle by myself. Why would I? I have more integrity than people that you have always followed. You've always contested in elections and been beaten consistently. So it's not because you always tell lies. So I'm not like you. I'm a leader of an institution. I led a CDC with distinction for 6 years, with integrity and distinction for 6 years. So I'm not going to go into that your chatting games and chat plays about integrity, because I have more integrity than the people you follow today.
Let me bring you Honorable Gray.
Everything I see. Okay, all right. Yeah.
Honorable Gray. You're muted, Gray. You got to unmute.
Yeah, going in, brother Mova. Molu. You said something about the protest. You said unstoppable. I wanted you to expand when you said an unstoppable march.
Well, in the first place, there was a release from the Minister of Justice, specifically from the Director of Press and Public Relations, that is now being speculated to have been released without authorization. I hope the minister can come and speak to that, because as far as we know, that was a release, or that's a release that is reflective of the position of the Minister of Justice, that had threatened that anyone involved in planning protests will be considered lawless, and they will be moved to arrest perpetrators. And we are under obligation to correct policymakers who deviate from the existing practice of the rule of law. And we simply corrected them that no government is big enough to suppress or trample underfoot fundamental rights. The right to protest is fundamental, it's inalienable. It's inalienable. It cannot be stopped because you don't like it. And we challenge them that there will be protests on the 17th, and it is not going to be stopped. But I can tell you on this show tonight, there will be more than 100,000 Liberian citizens coming out on the 17th of July to express their displeasure about governance, and they will make demands. They will be insisting that civil servant salaries be elevated to at least $500 by month by person. They will be insisting that President Boakai renounces his rebelliousness against the Supreme Court's ruling. They will insist that the speakership position that have become a subject of controversy because the presidency is infusing corrupt resources to determine how people make decisions, to who's a legitimately elected speaker. We will insist, and this has nothing to do with whether they elect speaker tomorrow, whether Mr. Kofa resigns tomorrow. These are outstanding actions. We will be insisting the restoration of the proper speaker, that the interference of the presidency should be halted and the independence of the legislature respected as of the 17th of July. So there are many debates, many dynamics, many things went wrong that the people in their groundswell, in their hundreds of thousands, probably will be coming out to insist that power is restored, the right to respect or the right to democratic governance, that is, the people's should also be respected. The ruling of the Supreme Court, as was passed down by the full bench, should be respected by the president. These will be the demands and the process towards that action on the 17th. are simply unstoppable.
Thank you. Let me bring in Councillor Good. Councillor?
Yeah. Well, for me, I don't have a question. I just have a comment because I think Molu has accused the government, the security apparatus in its entirety, to the extent that he no longer believes that he should take his case to the police for proper investigation. So there's no need for us to still much time talking about it. But what I want to clarify here is that the Ministry of Justice, its press release did not what I would say threaten. The Ministry of Justice spoke, notifying people who may want to protest in the future to have permit. And in the event you protest without permit, you will be doing it illegally. The government did not say it will beat people. The Ministry of Justice did not say it will arrest people. They only notify you that when you do protest in the future without a permit, you will be doing the protest illegally. I know of several protests that were done under the WIA regime that permits were issued by the Ministry of Justice. June 7, January 6. I think
So thank you very much.
protest
We're gonna ask Manu. Manu, are you going to obtain permit from Oswald Toy, the Justice Minister?
Well, in the first place, requiring a permit as a basis to stage a peaceful democratic exercise is reprehensibly a wrongly directed legal requirement. It does not suffice this within the confines of the rule of law. Permits are not required for the exercise of an inalienable right of the practice of democracy or the practice of staging a peaceful democratic protest. There's no need for permit because you're going to be talking about statute of 1975, which is belated or which comes before the 1986 Constitution. Let him bring to us the constitutionality of a requirement for permit as a precondition to staging a peaceful protest. He can't point to one. I've led more than 30 to 40 protests on the Baton Rouge alone. So I know what I'm talking about. So we challenge the Ministry of Justice's position on the requirement of issuance of a permit as a fundamental or as a requirement or as a basis to authorize the protest. So if you are going to be requiring a permit to authorize a protest, so what if that protest is intended to hold your regime's feet to the fire? And of course, no government.
So you are not getting a permit.
It's almost inevitable. It's almost inevitable, Staton, that they're not going to issue the permit. That's why the tingles of the Constitution did not include that as a clause to be satisfied as a basis to being allowed to protest. So there's no need for a permit.
So you are not requesting a permit. Just to be on the record, you are not seeking permit.
Well, he shouldn't be asking us for a permit. Why would we can inform Staton? It's one thing to require us to give you details of our activities on the 17th as a basis of putting in place requisite security measures to protect protesters and also ensure that the right of usage of
So Manu, you're gonna inform them, but you will inform them, right? You will inform the justice system. Okay. Paul, you the last. You want to go in, Paul? You're the last person here for now.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton.
For the record,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We will provide adequate information to the joint security apparatus or the Minister of Justice about our process, about the routes we'll be taking, the number of protesters that are expected, and that's it. But we're not going to be asking them to give us permit as a precondition to have a peaceful rally.
Okay, so let's take the last question, Paul Kennedy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Molu. My question comes back to the allegation that the folks telling you, especially those who bank on your car, were NSA agents, if I'm correct, in stating you. How are you able to ID them, since according to you it was dark and you know, there was only the street lights, I mean the traffic light that was providing ambient for you to see them? How were you able to identify they were NSA staff? And were you able to show the kind of arms one of them had? According to you, one of them was armed. What kind of arm were you able to identify?
I won't be able to know that under the cover of darkness 1, 2, or I just said on this very platform that we have counterintelligence agents that are lying dormant at the various security apparatus, the offices. We receive information beforehand that these things are going to happen. I said that on the show. We are fully briefed. We know their actions, we know their plans, we know the plot.
Is the we CDC? Is CDC the we? When you say we are informed and we have agent that counter agent that are lying dormant, are you talking about a CDC infrastructure?
I'm not CDC. I'm not CDC chairperson.
No, sorry, Mr. Molu. Sorry, Mr. Molu. I just needed clarity because you said we have.
I said I'm not a CDC chair. I'm not chairman of the CDC. I'm not. So why would we even be supposing that I will be speaking for CDC when I'm not even a member of the CDC? I'm
sorry,
chairman
Mr.
of.
Molu. I just needed the clarification.
So no, not CDC. All right. So with that said, we got information beforehand that they were going to be, you know, taking different actions, relative to intimidating, harassing, and possibly put life at risk to deter the July 17th protest. So we knew before the attack, these kind of things started happening. We knew, and we expect that they will do more. And nothing they will do will deter us from pursuing our civil society objectives in line or align with the people's liberation or redemptive agenda. We're not going to be deterred by this thing. And we don't think it's going to stop. We don't think it's going to slow down. We think it's going to be amplified. And we really hope that it don't have to, but it's going to. That is our intelligence. And whether it's amplified or reduced, it will deter us from pursuing a peaceful civil rights objectives intended to restore democracy and strengthen governance and the rule of law.
Thank you very much, Chairman Mobile Model of STAN. Again, we want to appreciate your time on the show. Wish you that you are safe, and please be safe out there. Thank you for joining Spoon tonight, and have a good evening.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Stockton.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Dr. Richardson, Uncle Sam. Thank God that we heard from Model himself. Uncle Sam, let's wrap this thing up. It was kind of him to come over and tell his own story.
Look, I like to be very frank. You know, I'm not a, you know what, you know, what do you call it, like sycophantic. First of all, I strongly believe in the rights of people to demonstrate. And I think they should demonstrate. But I think my friend Mobile Model is going about it the wrong way. And I hope he had called me to ask me, and I would have given him the benefit of my experience. He said something here about civil service getting $500. I think that kills a protest right off the bat. I mean, you had 6 years in power. You didn't give people $500. And why would you expect a government that just came in 15 months, 16 months to give civil service $500? The second thing is, you just from an organization called STAN. We don't know much about STAN. We don't know what STAN stands for. You haven't had enough of a public outreach. Okay, we don't know where is the political direction of this organization. We don't know your philosophy. We know nothing about it. Okay, and if you can mobilize people to go and support you, fine. I think it's your right to do that. But I don't believe that you should be leading a protest, okay, with the degree and magnitude of those issues that you were calling for. I think the credibility will not be there for somebody like me to join that protest. So that's just my honest opinion. Okay, I think
why? Uncle Sam, why do you think He's not a qualified person to lead a protest.
Well, no, I'm not saying he doesn't have the credibility. Your government will just kick out of power, and you are asking people, I mean, to give civil servants $500. Why didn't you ask your government to give you $500? I mean, that's just that one element. Just that one element dissipates the validity and the integrity of the protest right away. Just on that one. And the number two thing, you left the CDC. You just want an organization, STAND. STAND is just a few months in operation. A protest cannot be the first interaction with the public. Let's see you make some public declarations, go on the radio, call some meetings, and let us know exactly what STAND is. Because what you're asking people to do is to become knee-jerk follower of a movement that we know nothing about. And I know he'll be calling me and cursing me out, but that's just the way I am. I love him, and I want him to succeed as a politician, because I think he did an excellent job as chairman of the CDC. He did a very good job, okay? I saw him on many occasions mobilizing, and if not for mobile model, the CDC would not have won in 2017, because he did an excellent job. But now, removing himself from the CDC and forming his own organization to stand alone, he needs to demonstrate to the public his own bona fides for this organization before he start demanding others to come and join him. And the first action of STAND to put people in the streets, to me, I don't think it makes any political sense for him, because I think he's better than that.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Richardson. What say you? Let's close up on the mobile model presentation.
So I wasn't convinced that the government is trailing Chairman Malu. He didn't really give me specific or compelling incidents to tell me that he's been trailed or he's been, followed by the government. I believe that something happened. It could be just people who trying to steal from him, or it could be, just anybody on Tupelo Road who, wanted to be a knucklehead, that day. So I'll say that. I'll also say that if he believes that the government is drilling him, then I think appropriate documentation should be, kept and specific. And, some of the questions Mr. Kennedy was asking here was, what makes you feel this way? Were there light clarity? On the other hand, I'm not saying that he didn't experience, some kind of violent. When I mean violent, not physical violence, but some kind of, he said the woman was pounding his car really heavily. I'm not doubting that, okay, because that happens in Monrovia quite frequently. But I'm just saying, just keeping some good records, because if you're going to name the government, or you're going to name somebody, you should at least have good documentation. And he didn't have that. And it's possible, again, he didn't have that. So that's what I have to add about that. As far as him protesting, we had a lengthy conversation on the day you were here, Santa, when we had Councilor Goodyear, and you have to notify the government. We're told the law was changed, I believe, in 1986, where the government then would get the county attorney involved. They would do an analysis on the purpose of your rally, and are you going to be a danger to the state? And I believe in Article 17 that everybody has the right to protest. But then, of course, some people want to be law-abiding. They might follow the law. But I simply just believe that you have to notify the government. That's the government's responsibility then to protect citizens, whether there'll be criminal there, whether there'll be traffic jam there, whatever. That's the government's responsibility. That's not the protesters' responsibility. So that's what I have to add. Thank you.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Guys, I beg for us to move on. I think we heard from Dr. Richardson and we heard from Uncle Sam. let's just move on to the next topic because it's after 10 in Liberia. And we here but for another
But
45
let me just say
minutes.
something quickly. I beg you, give me like 30
Obviously,
seconds.
I stopped other people from speaking just
No,
because I
but
was
listen,
listening
this is
to them.
important. There are a lot of people from the Unity Party praising me. I'm fair and this. This is nonsense. This is the kind of sycophantic thing that you do that pisses me off. You know, a lot of the things I say here is direct, is fair, is full of equity. But because you don't agree with me, you call me crazy old man. I'm an ugly old man. I'm not going to get job for just you're a bunch of sycophants. You know, I don't respect you. You think I'm going to take your praises and go to bed tonight, thinking that you love me? You're a bunch of sycophants. You are not good people.
Uncle Sam, we gotta go.
You're full of nonsense.
Stanton, you let an old man vent. You let an old man vent. We can't talk. Who give vent?
Can you give me 30 seconds?
So that everybody speak. Paul, let's go to Councilor Gu. Let everybody have the time to speak because Uncle Sam broke this thing now. Councilor?
So me or Councilor?
Yeah.
Councilor.
Let's listen to Molu. Molu says, and you know, always I listen to Akaras Gray. He talks about assembly. Good. The Constitution talks about assembly. The Constitution never talks about protest. Molu says they will protest. He didn't say they will assemble. They will to petition the people. He said they will protest.
What's the difference, Councilor?
No, I'm coming. No, it's so, protest. Define protest. That original thing you will see.
No,
assembly is the way people go to church. The way people go to church on Sunday. People can assemble. People go on football field to watch game. They can assemble. They don't need any kind of or notice for anybody or so any permit. No, but when you say protest, it means that you are directly going to speak against something, and it has lots of things involved. But he says that the Constitution does not say that they need permit. Let him also note that the Constitution also does not say in clear written terms that you must notify the government either. The Constitution says you must assemble in a peaceable and orderly manner. So if he, Mr. Mulu, is agreeing that he will notify the government of the routes that they will take, under which law is he relying? It is the very 2016 law. And that 2016 law also gives the government the authority to say whether the atmosphere is conducive or not for you to conduct the protest. So you got to understand that the thing is, whether you twist it this way, you will need permit because the government will have to reply you and say, okay, go ahead. That reply is a permit. If the government says no, you cannot go ahead with the protest because of XYZ reason, it means that you have been denied, postpone it, or change the venue. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll go to Paul Kennedy of Phoebe Harris, and I want to agree with your last.
Yeah, thank you. Look, in 2023 August, I still remember the month. I was on Sport Commission around Broad Street, making the left towards Bapolu. 4 persons came to my Land Cruiser. 1 person to the drove. Most of the time, I like to drive myself, and I have my security guard sitting in the passenger seat. 1 person came to my side, and 2 persons went to the other door. They drew my attention. When my security officer looked on my side, somebody put their hand on top of the dashboard and took a phone and walked away. 3 persons came to the car and, to the car and really hit it hard, like they were moving my door out. So this is things that occurred in Liberia frequently on Broad Street daylight. So I asked the question to Mr. Molu because I was trying to figure out in the cover of night, how was he able to figure out these people were NSA people? He actually clearly said that his suspicion is that the people were NSA people. When you name state security apparatus as people who are, allegedly trying to assassinate you, is a big deal. And like Mr. Jackson said, I think he should not delay with going to the police. I think he should go to the police and report this. If he feels that the police cannot be trusted, he should get other people, involved with it. And let me speak about the protest. The protest scheduled for June 17. This protest scheduled for June 17. The gentleman said will have at least 100,000 people. I'm waiting to see that. This is not the CDC term. It's no longer a CDC term protest. It is a stance protest, an organization that now is a civil society organization and not a political organization. So let me see. I'm waiting to see how they're really
Thank you very much,
interested in
Paul.
bringing 100,000 people to the podium.
Thank you very much, Paul. Fubi?
Yeah, like I said, it is a war against, because he was the only witness to the issue. So sometimes when you are witness to yourself, people might doubt you, or people might agree with you, but only you can say that for a fact, because nobody else was there to validate and say yes, it actually happened. It's good that he cleverly placed it that way, that he was alone. And so I will not question on that. But like I said, if it's true that people try to kill him because of the protests, I condemn it, because nobody should be killed because they want to protest. That's your freedom to protest under the law, they have freedom to assemble, they have freedom to petition the government, they have freedom to tell the government what you want to address on issues. And I agree with Uncle Sam on the issue of, you are just there and you calling for 500, it doesn't make sense, it will not work. You can make unrealistic demands on government expect to work. You have a regional speaker. And on the issue of the permit, I've always said this to government, people have the right to assemble whatever way they want to do, as long as it's peaceful. They don't need permission to do that. They can inform the government, they can notify the government, fair enough, but they don't need the government to say you okay to go ahead and do that. But the reason why the government requests that, because even Musatin in 2018, when the We Are Step Down protest were announced, he also issued a publication. He signed it that nobody should get on the street without permit. That was CDC regime, and they all celebrated it then that you should go for permit, you go for permit. But I condemn him. I said, look, people have the right to assemble. The only thing I was against, because of the name of the protest, We Are Step Down. So myself, from the opposition, I condemn it. I said I would not support a protest that will unseat the president, because that will send killers into the country, and after every 2 years, there will be no government that will be successful, because you have similar repeat of step down, step down, step down. But I wish them well, though I don't support their protests, as long as it's peaceful.
Honorable Gray, you go last.
Yeah, okay. When you say we are step down, that means you want to abort. That's what you want to do. Tristan voices, we are step down, we want to get you down by force. Before we just struck that point, it's a different case here. Model flex on issues. Paul raised one of the issues. He said there are counterintelligence that point to NSA people even before the incident took place, or wanting to get at him. He didn't have what he said. He said there are counterintelligence, and I know we know a lot of people in the NSA and other security apparatus. As of serious politicians in this country, if you cannot get information through all the security apparatus, then you are on serious. And mind you, Model grew up with the CDC as far back as 2005. He resigned officially, not just as chairman of the CDC, but as a member of the CDC. Another point Model struck constitutionally, he said two cardinal things that's the council are running away from. He invoked Article 17 of the Liberian Constitution, where we would petition the national government. He said that we got grievances that we would make the request to the national government. It's called for under Article 17. Also, there's a provision of the Liberian Constitution that calls for freedom of movement. So he said we would notify the police so that they don't want to impede other people's movement, they will show the route. He said that here, emphatically. So he was speaking in the context of the Constitution and not legislation. It was very clear. Now, the last thing here is that we should be able to understand is that what Sam Jackson said, probably he had not been following Stan. Stan had always been vocal. That's the most vocal pressure group. Just Google Stan Liberia, you will see. They've been speaking on critical national issues. In fact, just recently, they tried to stop the police action against the motorcyclists. And the Supreme Court overturned that. I think you followed the development, yeah, the motorcyclists, model led in the court. So a protest or peaceful assembly or petition functionaries of government, that's where he's moving. And he says it's unstoppable. So believe what Modu is saying, that it's unstoppable. Don't underestimate. That's why the government is jittery, because the government knows the history of Mobake Modu. You think the government is stupid? The government knows the history that Modu has called for protest action in this country, even part of the CDC, not a member of the CDC, form his own group, the War Crimes Code. The War Crimes Code for Establishment for Liberia, something like that, and other pressure group. So there's not strange about Mobile Modu calling for a protest. Even if me Mobile Modu will appear, it's not a hidden secret. Okay, that's one of the reasons why the government arresting. Okay, besides wanting to eliminate him. So,
So, Honorable Greg, thank you very much. The July 17th protest, I think everybody raised a very, very sincere argument to each his own, but it was good that Moba came on the show to explain what happened to him. And again, a lot of folks listening, we can take it from there. But for now, I would say that it is what it is, and we wish Moba a safe terrain. Things happen in Liberia. I don't know what he's hearing. A lot of people give us information. I mean, we hundreds of thousands of miles away, we receive some of the information that people in Liberia don't receive. So therefore, I will wish Moba well. On the day of the protest, whether they will protest or not, well, it is what it is. We'll wait and see. But I beg for us to move on. I think everybody been following this thing that is in Liberia. We have some new development today about the House of Representatives issue, a very sticky arrangement here. Yesterday, we ran with this story as to what do you think? Do you think Fonati will resign? We have some mixed answer, but I can confirm absolutely 150,000% that yes, indeed, Fonati will resign pending that there will be a guarantee of election. We said that, and I can go back to it again. Uncle Sam was the only man off the back that said he believed Fonati will resign. And I'm sticking to it likewise. But the major question here, would there be election? Would there be election? A lot of things I'm hearing, a lot of things I know. When Fonati resigns, who's next in line? Thomas Fala, the deputy speaker, will be presiding. Will the deputy speaker set a date for election? And if there will be election, who all will be contesting in that election? Let's have a quick one-round conversation on here, and then we'll move on to the next thing that we hear about the new development about the SOEs. Intentionally, those guys ready, they have made up the mind, determined that they would not pay a dime, right? And we'll talk about the ArcelorMittal deal that the government has reneged on again. The government is putting back that ArcelorMittal deal. We got short time to go, maybe 33 minutes, but let me say this to you. I'm going to bring in Paul Kennedy. Fonati is supposed to resign. That is off the bag. Pending there will be election. If there will be election, Thomas Fala should be the one presiding. Will Thomas Fala call for a new date for election? Will it be the right thing to do to save all the drama? Whether we have a re-argument, no, whether we have a clarification or re-argument. But now it is absolutely clear from everything that I know, those I have been talking to, that Fonati will be resigning. When? I don't know. How? I don't know. But that will be with a condition that there should be the vacancy for the speakership. And if Fonati resign, who are some of those contenders that will be supposed to replace him? Paul.
Stanton, if Fonati resigns, if he resigns, and as I always said, the resignation is the prerogative of the individual who holds the post. It is a personal decision for him to make. But if he makes that decision and the power shifts to the deputy speaker, who is already a part of the majority bloc, your question you are asking is he going to open up the stage for new election to be held? I don't trust that group. You know, there's not much I know about that group. They could decide, you know what? Let's just give power over to Kun. You know, the fact that Fonati has resigned already, he will have absolutely no more power on our constitution to make any detection to those people. Whatever they decide as a group of majority black people, knowingly people who are already evading the rule of laws, they will say, you know what? We don't want the whole fracas of election. We're just going to allow Kun to continue. That could be a probable case. Right? That's how I'm a skeptic. I'm looking at it from that perspective. These people had jack power for almost 6 months. You think you will give power back to them and they will say, all right, let's go and gamble again? No. Once Fonati resigns, Kun becomes the legitimate speaker. He sits down there. He's already in cahoots with Thomas Fala and the rest of them. They say, my man, you are speaker, let's continue the role. What else can you do to change that? I mean, that's how I look at it.
So hold on, Paul Kennedy. Let's understand. Let's go into your rationale here. Fonati resign, does that make Spoon a legitimate speaker?
In the eyes of the majority black, who
No, in
already
your
says
eyes, in your eyes.
in the eyes of
Fonati,
in the eyes of
in your
Fubi,
eyes. No, I say you.
in
In
the
your
eyes
eyes.
of Fubi.
In your, well, let me serious. Let's discuss a serious issue. Does that make Kuhn a legitimate speaker if Fonati resign?
Kuhn is calling himself a legitimate speaker
Well,
already.
I'm asking you, does that make him a legitimate
Kuhn
speaker?
has already evaded our constitution.
We passed
He's
that long time.
illegally occupying the
We
position.
passed that. I'm asking you for. Does that make Kuhn a
I don't
legitimate
trust them.
speaker?
In
I'm
my
not saying
mind, no,
whether you trust them. I'm asking you, does that make Kuhn a legitimate speaker?
He has never been a legitimate speaker in my eye, and he will bypass the rule
That's
of law
what you said.
again.
Thank you, Paul.
He will connive with Thomas Fala, and they will allow him to continue with his tenure.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, so you see, I think everybody's moving forward here. We have a time that we beat on the majority black excessively. But there's time that you pause and you rethink and decisions are made. We understand that even if Fonati resign, folks that say that doesn't make Spoon or legitimate speaker. What say you, Dr. Richardson? Do you think Thomas Fala as presiding officer will call for an election? And who all will be some of those representatives putting their hands up to be the next speaker? If you do know, but talk to us on this issue, Dr. Richardson.
So my question is, why does Fonati have to resign first? Why can't Kuhn resign first? And I certainly can understand anyone who is distrusting of the anti-rule of law group, because we know what they have done to our country. They use gangsterism to hold.
Do you want Kuhn to resign from which position now?
So why can't Kuhn just resign from his purported speakership?
Can I answer your question, Larry? I need to stay on the floor, but can I answer you?
Sure.
There's nothing to call purported speakership yet.
Well, that's how what he was referred to by the Supreme Court.
I agree with you. And that's why I said, when everybody say, okay, let's move forward, and I do believe there's a reason why Thomas Fala will be presiding, because he's the right man to take over when Kofa exit, right? So now it goes to Thomas Fala to serve as presiding officer. So nobody looking at Kuhn as speaker now. Fonati is resigning as speaker. So Fonati remain the speaker. He resigning as speaker. It go to his deputy now. So let's forget about Kuhn in the picture yet.
I mean, it's so easy, it's so easy for you to forget. But I know what these guys are capable of. We've been hostage. The country was held hostage for months and months and months. And so, maybe he should write or do some kind of contract with the Liberian people that he will go into his rightful position, which is to just be a representative. I would be much happier if we can just get some kind of contract or something from him. But I don't trust that he would give up the power, the reported power that he's been using easily. I don't trust that. But let's move forward. As you said, you very
Yeah, I would say my own though. I would say my own. But
yeah, and and at least somebody gotta trust this comment, I guess, or those group of guys. So let's say Fala, if Fala says he's not running, he's going to remain a deputy speaker, and he's going to preside over an election, right? I want to put Musa Ability in the running position. I believe that he has worked extremely hard to maintain the rule of law. I believe that he's capable. He's spoken for justice in the country, and it's the matter of getting the right amount of numbers right now. That's what people should be working on. Getting it right. You can't just you win by getting a certain amount of people on your side. So I believe that he's capable of doing that, and I think we have yet to wait and see how things will pan out. If there should be.
So you call him Musa name, and again I'm hearing the name Musa. So we come to it. Let pause on that for a minute. Fubi, I know we shouldn't even worry about you because you believe that there should be no election and Kuhn is a speaker. So let's move to councilor yet, right? Should we pass you?
No, I said to talk to that.
Okay, go ahead.
No, firstly, to that original point, the Supreme Court did not refer to Kun protest speaker. That was Arthur Johnson in his filing to the Supreme Court. They referred to Kun protest speaker. So it was not the Supreme Court calling Kun. But like I said before, there will be no election, and obviously, Kun is the speaker. Funati resignation is just to add integrity to his name because he was removed in November. And the people need to understand that. And it will just be the formality. And all I tell the guys that the majority black, when Kufa signed a resignation, take it and let him know that you were duly removed in November 2024. So your resignation right now means absolutely nothing because we already have a legitimate administration in place with a new speaker and we're moving on. Liberia has to keep moving on. And we will not tie the country down because of you. You know, and that's why that was the intent. And thankfully, that didn't happen. The country is still moving forward. So the resignation now is just formality to ask unless go. So he resigned at some point. He should have resigned ever since when he had the opportunity to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor, what say you?
So let's be clear. Funati Kufa was illegally removed. Whoever thinks that he or she is the speaker is acting unconstitutionally. The Supreme Court ruled earlier on December 6 that the action was ultra vires. They considered that to be a victory. A bit of information was filed, and the Supreme Court clarified. Now, yeah, people say because the Supreme Court came up with the ruling and there's a motion for re-argument, so the judgment cannot be rendered. That particular thing was a clarification. Somebody say, you're stupid. And then you don't understand the stupidity. You say stupid mean that anyone saying I get sense. They go and ask the person, they say that word I use, mean you do the same thing over and over expecting different result. Then you say, oh, because they said that they say no, reinterpret it, so it means that they will come back and change it. No. So Funati Kufa remains the legitimate speaker of the House of Representatives. If he resigns, the position will be vacant as of the day that he steps aside. And we believe that elections should be conducted in accordance with their rules within 60 days. Now they have the choice to go into chambers and do the same process they did to bring Kun back. It's up to them. The Supreme Court will not question how they conduct the election. Because when you look at the Constitution, there's nothing there that talks about how the speaker will be elected. I can't remember. I don't think I remember seeing any number that will say the speaker will win with. So it's only talking about the removal. So the vacancy will be created as of the day he resigns, and we expect that there will be election. Remember, Stanton and all of you, there was a saying on Facebook, I think the calmness before the storm, right? There's something Musa posted. Now you see everything have calmed down. Funati is about to step aside. The storm that coming is whether there will be election and who will be elected as speaker. That's the storm that is coming. So the calmness before the storm, or whatever they call it, that's what we're about to see. So as far as we're concerned, as far as I know legally, Mr. Representative Councillor J. Funati Kufa remains the legitimate speaker of the Republic of Liberia, and that position will be vacant on the day that he steps aside, and the deputy speaker will take over, and then he should, by their rules, call for elections within 60 days and the time. That's what the law provides. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Well, first of all, Richard Kun is not the Speaker of the Republic of Liberia. The highest court in the land, the Supreme Court, said that. I mean, that's just class and anything. But if you want to be a renegade, if you want to be somebody who doesn't respect the rule of law, and if you want to use power because you're in the presidency, you have the executive, where you have the military, we have the police, but you don't have the law on your side. And clearly, when Speaker Kofa resigns, there should be a vacancy. But guess what? The renegades are not going to go for election because guess what? They have no popularity. They cannot muster the number of votes to give to Richard Coon and make him a speaker because he's not respected by his peers. This is a guy who has been thrusted or foisted upon the legislature with a lot of subterfuge, including large amounts of money, using the financial resources of the state, $800 million at their disposal to spend any way they want. But clearly, they are juvenile delinquents who, when they commit a crime today, they don't realize that there will be the force of law that will come and they will have to, just like all criminals, when they're committing a crime, they never believe they're going to get caught. And they never believe there will be a day of reckoning. So the crimes that have been committed now, sedition, illegal use of state resources to further the nest of an illegal speaker, using the budget criminally, all of these things will be staring in their faces come 2030. And guess what? They are afraid. And they went back to the court because somebody, one or two people smart among them, say, if we let the ruling of this Supreme Court stand as law, we would have put ourselves in legal jeopardy. Legal jeopardy. Vani Sharma knows that. He's a Harvard lawyer. He knows that. So they are trying to pretty up the mess that they made. But all I consider my learned, erudite, and patriotic and nationalistic friend, Funari Kofa, give your resignation and let the Liberian people know that you have done everything to protect the peace and stability of the country. And you will be remembered, your legacy, your children, your grandchildren, your great-great-grandchildren, and posterity will say that you fought a good fight, but because you do not want to plunge Liberia into all the abyss for we to have instability in the country, so you are giving up the speakership. Well, Richard Coon, let me just, if you're listening, if you're watching Spoon, you will never be Speaker of the Republic of Liberia, never in your life. Joseph Boyka can force you there. They can spend tens of millions or millions of dollars to pretend that you're a speaker. But the history books that my grandchildren will be reading and my great-grandchildren will be reading, there will be footnotes and asterisks. And there is possibility of time in the dungeon for you and your renegade lawmakers to face the full weight of the law for these seditious acts that you have committed, trying to trample and undermine the peace and stability of probably one of the strongest liberal democracies in West Africa today. Niger, Burkina Faso, Guinea, and others under military rule. Sierra Leone, the president there stole an election. And you know what's going on in La Côte d'Ivoire with Ouattara.
Thank you.
Insisting upon being president when he's lost the legitimacy of the people. So Liberia in this region is the only liberal democracy, but we will not go the route of trying to undermine a democracy. We will wait till 2029 and vote you out and prosecute you.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. We'll come to that. We'll come to that, Uncle Sam. Let's go to Akara Spirit. We got a lot of breaking news coming up on this whole scenario. You know, today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. We're going to be hosting Abraham Darius DeLong. On Sunday, we have Edwin Mervyn Snow. On Monday, we have Councilor Jay Fonati Kofa as our guest. On Tuesday, that will be D-Day. But I want to say something. There's a three-way street here. Musa Hassan Benete, Thomas Fala, Richie Kun, Sekou Kane. We're going to break this thing down tonight. And again, it's going to be a tough hill to climb. My brother, great. Talk to me.
Yeah, you asked a specific question. Let me respond to the question. You said, if Fonati resign, will there be an election? If I'm right, that was the question. Again, let me repeat. I don't believe that Speaker Kofa should resign, except the guys get the numbers and they go through the process, sees that numbers, realize that, and then he can make a decision. That's my position. But since you asked a hypothetical question, if he resigns, should there be an election? Yes, I believe there should be an election. The reason why I believe there should be an election, once you resign the position, the councilor said it rightfully, is declared vacant just by resignation. A daredevil lawmaker could run to the Supreme Court again to say that, oh, there was a vacancy, the speaker was supposed to be there for 60 days, and the speaker wasn't there, couldn't hijack power. The Supreme Court can rule in the favor of that lawmaker that couldn't hijack power. You can go to court or someone else, just a single lawmaker, to show that Kun is not the speaker. Though Speaker Kofa resigned, once you resign in the absence of the speaker, the deputy takes it over, okay, for 60 days. So once the deputy takes over for 60 days, the deputy does not have election, then it becomes a crisis. But the deputy should take over and it should go for election. The question here is that who will win the election? You don't want to touch it, but I have a kind of opinion on who will win the election if you should go for an election. If that should be the, if I can start that, I will say yes. If they go for an election, of the candidates, if they go for an election and Kun contest, Kun will win. And I can say why.
Thank you very much. Then let's come back to you. I want you to hold that. Let me say my own 2 cents. We'll come back to you, Honorable Gray. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let me give you the rundown. Starting tomorrow, we have Abraham Darius DeLong, Senator, Musarata County 101. On Sunday, we have Senator Edwin Mervyn Snow, that from Bowman County. And on Monday, by the grace of God, we're going to have Jay Fonati Kofa. Again, Jay Fonati Kofa, through our negotiation, will be bringing in other networks to conduct this interview, which will be held by the Spoon Network. I want to say to all of you, it will be a very, very busy weekend, taking up straight into session day, which will be on Tuesday. Will Fonati resign? If he resigns, when he resigns, I can announce openly with all my information from my sources, Fonati will resign, period. There's no more all of if, when, don't, no. He will resign. Fonati will resign, and Thomas Fala will be the presiding, the deputy speaker, Thomas Fala. Let's just put everything to rest. All the yama, if you don't know, and I'm going to tell you right now. Again, Fonati Kofa, Councilor Fonati Kofa, Councilor Jay Fonati Kofa, Speaker Fonati Kofa will step down as speaker. He remains representative of District Number 2, I believe, Grand Crew County. He will step down as speaker. Here comes the deputy speaker, Thomas Fala. Representative from Lofa, Thomas Fala, deputy speaker, he will preside. The lawmaker, the House have from 1 second to 60 days to conduct an election. From 1 second to 60 days to conduct a legitimate election. And let me say this to you. Folks are coming and say, no, listen, we are. They are saying that, well, they will put a resolution out which will call for reaffirmation to Richie Kun. Reaffirmation to Richie Kun with more than 50 signatures. Because understand now, some people left from the Fonati camp, the minority black, they went to support the Richie Kun camp. In the process, on Tuesday, Richie Kun will not be in session. He may probably be in the building. He will probably be in his office while we are hearing. He may not be in session, because you have a presiding officer in the person of Thomas Falah. Whether Funati will be in session, I cannot confirm that as of yet, but I can say Thomas Falah will be presiding. Thomas Falah will have to call. He will have to announce that they have accepted the resignation of Councilor Speaker J. Funati Kofa. Thomas Falah will announce it. That letter should be placed on the floor. Whether Thomas Falah will accept a new date for election. That's why a lot of folks, they are confused and people are chattering around. But it is confirmed, two things must happen. And I do believe that there may be election. They will call for an election. Why am I saying this, guys? Why I think that there will be an election? I'm not going to listen to Phoebe Harris. I'm not going to listen to Paul Kennedy. I do believe, because the right thing to do, Uncle Sam, they must hold an election. If Richard Kuhn said, reaffirm me, if Richard Kuhn and the guy said, no, we will not have an election, we will mute that letter. You know what will happen? For generation to generation, people will look at Richard Kuhn to be an illegal speaker. He goes down in history. But I do believe that Richard Kuhn has secured a lot of votes, and he's overconfident that he can win this thing if they go to election. I do believe it. Whether people are faking, whether they are goosebumps, I do believe with all the negotiation and all of our sources that Richard Kuhn have gathered enough vote that if he should go to election, he may win. But we have some dark horses out there. Let's talk about some of that. Musa Hassan Beliti. Can Musa Hassan Beliti be the spotter yet? Understand, Musa Hassan Beliti came as deputy to Richard Kuhn. But people are asking, do you want speakability for Nima County? You already got the vice president for Nima County. You already have Sam Koga, who was just elected. Do you want the third person in line and the second person in line to come from Nima County? Who's going to be serving as godfather? Which position holds power? Vice president or speaker? If you do have Speaker Musa Beliti from Nima County, hell yeah, well, you understand that Richard Kuhn as vice president, he drop it. That when the rubber meets the road. So what I'm hearing, with all the forces, and people are saying Musa got the money. Musa said he got the truth. But will those true be loyal to him? To take him over the cliff and be the next speaker? I'm going to give it back to you guys. The reason why I'm asking this question intentionally, Honorable Greg, will start with you. Do you want Speaker Musa Beliti, where you already have vice president, they are fighting to be who the godfather for Nimba? Do you think it's going to work? Let's talk on both sides of our mouth tonight. Talk to me, Honorable Greg.
Yeah, I'll talk straight. Start on. I'll speak from experience in the legislature. I will talk straight. If the guys have a resolution to reaffirm that commitment to Richard Kuhn, it still remains illegitimate. Absolutely illegitimate. Okay, because the court has ruled that all of the actions they took to bring in as speaker is illegitimate. So they cannot carve a resolution to reaffirm commitment. Even if they carve a resolution to say that no other person will count, you the one we carrying, they still have to demonstrate the procedure of going to vote. Now, on the issue of Musa winning, let me tell you the scenario. The only way there can be an offset in our election is for somebody to break away from the majority bloc. I will give you a scenario. When the guys were fighting Edwin Bevin Snow, they were in group. Time for election, Tyler and Edward Ford, they were from the same majority group. They broke apart. Talo and his men broke apart. So the guy who was contesting for on Suno's side, they said, don't run. Suno group went way. Early Talo. They said Talo as the lesser of the evil. For the tour, Ellen was supporting him more, so it was a pay that time since Suno felt that Ellen was fighting him to remove him. So that's how Talo won by Suno's decision to take his 13-15 men on the other side. The difference here is that the guys were not split in the majority block because it's the ruling party that put in all the candidate. They have accepted that. Okay, if Sekou Kane insists to run, they could split the majority block and Sekou would take some vote, and then the guys
Sekou flip.
No, yeah, no. I just saying if I'm not saying.
I agree with you. I just say Sekou flip. Sekou is not. He's not going to be in the race.
I know he's not going to be in the race because the ruling party would never allow two persons to come from their end. So it would be a giving. It would be an absolute giving because the first thing here, the guys have divided the committee.
Well, I will say something to you real quick. Yeah. I want to pause you. We got to bring the other guys in. This is getting interesting. No, I will not let you conclude. Something is happening. Where would Thomas Fada interested in being a speaker?
If Thomas Fada is interested in becoming a speaker, which is hypothetical, Fada will win. I will tell you why.
No, don't tell me why. I know why. I want you to hold your peace. I want you to hold your peace. No, I want you to hold your peace. No, man. You can't talk too much on the show back. Tonight I'm at night. Poor candidate. No, I don't want you to tell me. I don't want you to tell me. And let me hold your peace right there. Something is happening here, right? You understand Thomas Fada? People think that Thomas Fada is a dummy. He's not. Thomas Fada is a strategist, right? Thomas Fada got plenty of sense in that big head. Thomas Fada is playing along with the scenario is just flowing. Something is happening. Tuesday will be a surprise. And I'm not going to go in yet, but I beg you. Great, no. I beg you. I got to leave small. Let me bring you Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. Take the father. You got to be quiet for now. I beg you. You're talking too much. You're talking too much. My man, stop by. Uncle Sam, go ahead. Uncle Sam, something is happening. Some people are coming together here. Something strange happening.
I don't think Richard Cohn, and I could be wrong, but I doubt it seriously whether he has the strategic thinking and the tactical ability to call for the election. He'll be too afraid because there are too many unknowns, too many variables. He was, like I said, foisted upon the legislature because of the resources of the executive. But if he were to open the floor for the election of a new speaker, anything can happen. And I would be shocked that Richard Cohn will have the bravado, the courage, and the strategic thinking to go ahead and call for a new election. Because already I'm hearing from all of the surrogates of the Unity Party and the supporters and all of those people that they say we have a speaker already. Because if Richard Cohn calls for a new election, what he does is automatically says that he was not speaker. That is what he's saying. If Fonate resigns and they declare the speakership vacant, people, you're not use our brain cells. What strategists will be advising Richard Cohn to accept they will be accepting the Supreme Court ruling that he's an illegitimate speaker. Okay, exposing himself to legal liabilities. And the lawyer can correct me if he wants. Because if he declares it vacant, in fact, he cannot declare it vacant. It will have to be Thomas Fala. So if he accepts that Thomas Fala is stepping in, then the last 6-7 months, he's been operating illegally, breaking the law.
No, but those are arguments that they have already. They don't do this argument.
But listen, it's just common sense, my Meridian. If Richard Coon accept Fala to come and preside,
Fala must
when
preside. That's what the Supreme Court asked for.
What I'm saying, but if Richard Coon accepts Thomas Fala to come and to preside when Fanati to come and preside, when Fanati resigns, he immediately illegitimizes himself to say, I was not speaker for the last 5 or 6 months. I mean, because everything that Fanati been fighting
I understand what you're saying. I think people are celebrating what you are saying. It makes sense. But we move on now. We passed that. There must be a presiding officer in Thomas Fala.
But I'm saying Richard Coon cannot be a dummy to take that kind of action that exposes him to legal liabilities. Because what if he accepts that Thomas Fala will be presiding, it means that Fanati was always a speaker. And I don't think Richard Coon, whoever is advising him, those people who are close to him, will want to go that route. They will be, because for me, then, are the people that the surrogates are speaking on his behalf, they are urging him to hang on. And he will hang on because the surrogates want him to hang on.
I mean, you brought something very, very important. I'll level you right there. Dr. Richard is saying that's a good conversation. We can have that conversation. In a split second, whether 1 second, whether 10 days, Thomas Fala presiding, then Uncle Sam argument holds water. That then Richard could have realized he wasn't a speaker. But we can make an argument and discuss that. That Richardson, let's go back to the scenario here, where you got Musability, 100%. Everything was said today. Musability in this thing. Where you got Richard Coon. But the name that still coming out as a surprise name, maybe Thomas Fala want to be speaker. So then, is Thomas Fala doing to Richard Coon, or will he be doing to Richard Coon while he did to Funati? A lot of conversation taking place here. If all this thing, understand Thomas Fala from Lofa now, the president from Lofa, it make a good story. Musability from Nimba. Do you think Jeremiah Coon want Musability to be speaker Coon in Nimba? A lot of people getting goosebumps on those things. I can say my own. But what Thomas Fala be doing to Richard Coon, what he did to Funati, a lot of people getting scared that Richard saying, this getting interesting.
Very.
I don't know what Paul laughing for.
Very interesting. I will take Thomas Fala out of the picture in terms of him having the rights to become speaker, because I feel like Thomas Fala was, or maybe he is, part of the problem. All right. Like the question you asked, is he going to do to,
Richard Coon.
Anybody else? Yeah, Richard Coon. Or
What he did to Funati.
What he did to Funati. And he was expelled from the CDC. Remember, it wasn't just because he was a good guy. He was carrying on the CDC desire. There was a reason. And you're right. There's something sinister about him, something devious about Thomas Fala that I think we need to pay attention to. Now,
it's politics, that Richard say. I'm enjoying Thomas Fala. Seriously.
You enjoying him?
No, because it's politics. Come on. If the chance is given, Thomas Fala say I'm going for it, will you get mad at Thomas Fala?
Yes, I will.
If all this thing come to rest, Dr. Richard said, Funati is out of the game. But one good thing that they're going for an election, and everybody put their hands up, I would not be surprised if Thomas Fala put his hands up. You know who been paying some of the guys? Thomas Fala. Don't ask me where he getting the money from. And this is how the house works. So if Thomas Fala put his hand up, and you get Richard Coon hand up, and you get Musability or Sekou coming, anybody else can put a hand up. Even our brother 40, a Clarence guy can put their hands up. I would not be surprised. But talk to me, Doctor.
Well, this is why all loving Liberians should start thinking about a new day where we can follow the rule of law in our country. I understand this is politics, but it's time. The politics that we are used to has not really helped Liberia. It has not helped Liberia. So if we have someone like Richard Coon, anybody who's voting for Richard Coon, they're enemy to progress for our country. Yesterday or the day before, we heard Dr. Probla said, let's look at progress instead of project. So they are enemy to progress. They are self-hating Liberia. They are self-hating people. Okay, because after we see someone who got to power by gangsterism, number two, after we saw somebody who called himself regime speaker, which means that he was willing to follow everything the regime did or asked him to do. And he wasn't thinking for the people of Liberia. And so for me, I believe that Richard Coon really does not want to work in the interest of Liberia. He doesn't want to push development projects or process in Liberia. So that's what I have to say about him. I believe Musability has held on to the minority bloc, and I can tell you it has been a challenge. I was there when this whole issue was going on. I was in Liberia. I watched him excuse himself so many times from different functions, events, and presence to go and discuss or maybe cut out fire that was going on within this minority group. I believe that Musability understands the economy of the legislature. He understands that. He actually was one of the first person that asked for the whole legislature to be audited. He did. If you check the record, he did. So I believe he understands that. I believe that Musability also has a good relationship. He knows how to move across the aisle. He's done that. That's what he's doing right now. And I also feel like he's competent. I think that he will be a good Speaker of the House. Now, you asked the question, does Coon want him to become Speaker of the House? For me, it's about Liberia. It's not about, who wants to be the godfather of Nima right now. It is about Liberia. I know that maybe, like some people say it's politics, Dr. Richardson, but our politics have not done us well. We have to be sincere about how we move forward right now. That's what I have to add.
So my thing is that before we get to the other guys, and we'll open the line. We want to hear from the Liberian people. We got three outstanding names: the Thomas Farah, the Musability, and Richard Coon. Those are the three names I can end with tonight because I know something is hitting me so hard, right, about these names. I don't know whether people considering Musability. I want us to talk about the Musability factor. The hindrances to Musability, his businesses, and what is happening right now. We want some of his all-time fine. We'll discuss it, maybe not tonight, but we have to discuss it. Who is Musa Hassanability? Now let's talk about the Thomas Falah. But when you watch the Game of Thrones, a lot of elimination, the process of elimination is happening right now. You cannot trust anybody. Somebody, like today, the Catholic people brought in a new pope. Pope Leo the 14th, from nowhere, Chicago boy, an American. Pope Leo came to the scene tonight. He came up. Guess what happened? Nobody expected him. From Peru, 69 years old, young. He got another 20 to 30 years to be pope in good health. You got to understand, that's the process of elimination. Something begot something, and nothing begot nothing. My people, do not take Thomas Farah all of this thing. But yet and still, Fanati.
Are you campaigning for Thomas Farah now because you're not calling him plenty time?
What is that?
I said, are you campaigning for Thomas Farah now?
You know me, Dr. Richardson. I'm not campaigning for any of them. I'm just making a case here because of information I have gathered. Okay? And I think that Richard Coon also, if you open your arms, he can be elected speaker. Who dare go against Richard Coon if he say, okay, I agree, and let's do this thing? I speak to all these people, but something is scaring me here, Paul Kennedy. The three names that is ringing in my ear and the people are calling: Richard Nangbe Coon, Thomas Falah, and Musa Hassanability. Paul, what say you, my brother?
So, Stand first of all, I doubt that Richard Coon would subject himself to any election. I doubt that. That's the first thing. And nobody's going to prosecute him for anything, even if he decides to go for elections, because nothing to do on that floor they can be charged for or prosecuted for. And Akara there could correct me if I'm wrong. Now, and all that thing they're doing in the House of Representatives, you will not be able to prosecute them going forward.
I mean, I want you kill somebody, man. How you get that busted, man? You kill somebody on that floor, you go to jail,
we're not talking
man.
about killing somebody on that
They
floor.
don't say nothing. Yeah, there's don't say nothing to do on the floor.
So in the execution of the function of their duties, you cannot prosecute them. They sat down and wrote their own law that immune them from prosecution. That one of the things you need to know this. So Rachel Kuhn can decide, you know what, I'm having an election, which says that he's no longer, or he has been an illegitimate speaker. You can't do anything to him. But I doubt that Richard Kuhn will yield to any election process. Take Tama Fala out of the equation. Buze people, they are comfortable in being second. He's not ambitious to be a speaker. Tama Fala is comfortable where he is. If you understand the ethnicity of our country, Buze people, and I'm talking about the whole category, people from home. Yeah, man, don't correct me. Kisi, Bani, Loma, they all consider Buze. And I will tell you where that word Buze come from. You don't know where that word Buze come from.
But the president is Buze, does that matter?
Buze, president, we against that. Keep to the topic that.
But you cannot finish my point, man.
No, but keep to the topic. You won't get time, but Buze people again.
Let me use my time the way I want it. Somebody doesn't want interrupting me. You didn't talk. Tell if I better start interrupting me. But I'm telling you that Tama Fala is going to be the king's maker. He's going to decide if Richard Kuhn yield down his throne, which I doubt 99.9% that he's not going to do it. He's going to fool Fanati to resign. Once Fanati resigns, you see, but the man resigned, I'm not going to let him move. They will not have any election. But if he was generous enough to let them have election, Tama Fala was going to usher in the process, sitting down as a deputy speaker. He's comfortable in that position. He's not ambitious to run for speakership. That is my thought process of it, and that is how I envision it. I don't trust that group to say they have any integrity to say they're going to have election. One speaker, Kofa, resigns. They already illegitimately took the power from him. Then he comes and waves it and says he resigned, where there will be no competition. You think Richard Kuhn will submit himself to any election process? When you see Musa Belete standing there, he will never do it. They go back to election, Musa will win. So he's not going to do it. That is it.
All right, Paul Kennedy, the Busse man. Thank you
I will
very
tell
much.
you about what Busse
let me bring in Councilor Gu. A lot of moving parts here, right? But everybody have come to agree that Speaker Councilor J. Funati Kofa is stepping down. Whether it will be on Sunday, whether it will be on Monday, whenever he gives that letter, he's stepping down as Speaker. I can confirm with 150,000% certainty that there will be vacancy. Now, how they're going to play out that vacancy, that's the question. But the vacancy remains that Speaker Funati Kofa has resigned. Going back to what Uncle Sam said, if for 1 second Thomas Fala accept the letter and preside, it means that everything that was done by Richard Kuhn was illegal. And that's a powerful point Uncle Sam raised. Who do you think should accept this letter? Who do you think should preside?
So, Stanton, I have already spoken that the deputy speaker will assume the authority when the speaker resigns. Let's go back to Evan Snow. When Evan Snow resigned, the entire group of people that were fighting Evan Snow, from amongst the very group, 3 persons decided to contest. 3. Alex Starter, Edward Ford, and Aman Sanon from Popolo, I think at the time. What they did, they had the elections open. The deputy speaker said he was not going to, Moloba said he had no interest. So they did the campaign. The campaign, Ever4 was campaigning. Ever4 had 27 persons. In fact, they were in convoy. The same way you see the people go to RLJ. It started ever since. Ever4 would take them to Nuku Town. They go have breakfast. And that morning on the election day, mind you, Sano comes from the Western Belt, Bapulu. Talo comes from the Western Belt, which is a kid, Bomi.
Hold on. All right, let's go to you, Fubi. Tell the man can come back on Fubi. Let's go to you.
Yeah, so every government, every president will want a speaker that will align with them, and that's the democratic process. So Richard Kuhn calling himself regime speaker, I don't think we should have problem with that, because Eric Starler, for example, LAP and Unity Party joined and became one party, and so Eric Starler was a regime speaker. You go to CDC town before Chima was clearly a regime speaker. So Richard Kuhn being calling himself regime speaker, I don't think we should have problem with that. And also, we who support Richard Kuhn, we are not unpatriotic, and we are not unpatriotic. We also quoting the same law that everybody quoting. We just interpreting the law our own way. Everybody interpreting the law their own way, where they understand it and the way they think it should be. So if you understand the law different way, I understand different way. It doesn't mean that you and myself we are wrong or we're fighting each other, but we just our own interpretation. But that doesn't make us unpatriotic citizens of Liberia. We all support a better Liberia. And also, that would be the worst mistake that Speaker Kuhn will do to accept re-election. If he does that, that would be the worst mistake that he will do. And the real gangster are not the majority black. The real gangster are those on October 17 who prevented their colleagues from attending session with on the authority of the then Speaker Kofa that said until he arrives in the country there should be no session. Nobody does that. The House of Representatives is not a personal property of the Speaker. The Speaker is only first among equals and has the privilege to serve. You cannot be out of the country and tell your colleagues not to hold session until you arrive because there's an allegation of people trying to remove you. There where the issue started. And all those that support former Speaker Kofa, they're not mentioning that. And that's the crux of the issue. So but we look forward to Tuesday. We want to see what will happen. But I doubt that Kuhn and team will allow re-election, because if they allow that, that will be worse. But also,
let me ask you a question, Fubi. You're a smart guy. Let me ask you, and I will take you back to what Uncle Sam said. Fubi, you agree that Thomas Fala will be presiding, right?
No, I don't agree.
But
I don't agree that he should preside.
No, I'm not saying whether you agree that he should. No, let me ask my question. I'm not asking you whether you should agree. It's got nothing to do whether you agree or you don't agree. I'm telling you, come Tuesday, Thomas Fala will preside. The letter will be given to Thomas Fala. Richard Kuhn will be in the building. He probably going to be in his office. Thomas Fala accept that letter as a presiding officer, deputy speaker. Will you take all your argument back?
I won't take my argument back, but we accept it as it is because of politics. So whatever negotiation that they came up with to accept that, we accept it as that. But I won't take my argument back.
You said my story that Manasari is there, but she was alive. She came back in the country. They said, but let your mother. You said, but I said step of my story. So that's okay. Okay. But it got interesting. Let's hear you again, Councillor. You went off.
Yeah, thank you. So like I was saying, at the end of the day, Tyler lobbied with Sano on the election day. Sano dropped when they were about to give their speech. Sano declared that he would not contest, and he was giving his support to Tyler. The entire variable changed. Edwin Snow, for the first time, appeared at the United Conference Center for the first time, and he walked in the hall and ran and walked to Tyler and hugged Tyler. Mind you, Tyler was the ringleader behind the removal of Snow. But Snow hugged Tyler, and how Tyler was elected. Ewafor was defeated because they said the president Salih was supporting him. Let's come back to this one. I see this thing happening like this. They will nominate somebody will nominate. Don't be surprised. Musa Berete will say he running, but he will not run to be speaker. Musa Berete could run to be deputy speaker. Musa Berete will be the one to nominate Thomas Fala to contest for the position of speaker. And the moment that happens, the entire minority black, plus the people that Thomas Fala has in the majority black, will make Fala to be the speaker if Fala accepts the nomination. And when they go for the deputy speaker, they will then support Musa Berete to be deputy speaker. That's the scenario from the Thomas Fala side. So
you broke the law. You broke the law. You should have left that for the moderator. You broke the law. Who broke the law? That the moderator broke the law. But no, your scenario is quite correct, and that's why we're hearing, and that's exactly why we're hearing. So I want to pause you for a bit because this is getting so much interesting. But again, I still stand to say maybe some of Richard will survive this. But I interrupted Honorable Gray, but you have said it, so let me go back to Honorable Gray. Honorable Gray?
Father will not contest. I will tell you why. Father will not fight the regime. I know Father very well. He knows the fight from the regime and what they went through. Father is trying to build a relationship with Joseph Boakai from the local election. And there's no way Boakai will support an opposition speaker. Take that one out. Father will not contest because Father knows that he will not get a working relationship. That's 1. 2. We'll say if he contests, he will be the good guy. If he contests, he could win. However, he will not. The second thing is that for Father to contest, it means the guys will say resign deputy speaker. Then again, gambling the position. There are many times you see deputy speakers don't usually contest in the crisis. Toba Moba did not contest because he feared that he was going to resign. The political arm twisting is not a rule rating that you should resign, but the guys will say resign. And what Toba Moba did not contest in the snow scenario. The same thing in a title scenario, the deputy could not contest because we say you won't contest, resign. That time we're there. I don't go on. The same thing will come back to Father to honey and say resign. Those are the 2 scenarios. To fight the power that be, Father will now want 2. Because a lot of SSS that Father they could use the SSS of prosecution for audit. A lot of things they can use against Father. I know that for sure. The 3rd fight of what Father will not contest. The forces that started fighting for Native from the Senate, many of them, and our Father friends, they will get together and say, Father, you and Kun can fight. No way. There's a different scenario for this election if there should be an election. You and Kun can fight. Father, stay there now. Any committee you want, Kun will give it to you. Let Kun run. We can embarrass Joseph Boakai. That would be the scenario right there. It's not a case where the case where Edward Ford CDC was behind him and Ellen was behind him. The case with Sano Liberty Party was behind him. The Sano guy that would do. They didn't like Ellen business. For all who supported Ford, not because of Ellen, because he was a member of the CDC. He didn't resign from the CDC against Tato because we didn't want the Liberian Action Party to win it. So, but the guys felt that Ellen fought them and they were fighting Ellen. For this one, the guys are not fighting, how they call it, they're not fighting the regime. The majority of black, all of them in one call, almost all of them. So the thing here is that Father will not contest. Don't bring any scenario you bring here, Father will not contest for 3 fears, 3 reasons that I just can't law. Father will not contest.
I disagree with you, Honorable Gray. I disagree with you.
Yeah, no, okay, you can disagree, but
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. It's a strong possibility.
Wait now, you tell your own. Father not stupid. If you think Father stupid, you will not contest. We can put it in the hole tonight. The other thing here is
how much you put in the hole?
My man, anything
500. 500. Fala will not contest. 500. Let's put it in the hole.
Are you part of it, Paul?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Let's go
Let's put it in the hole. Let's put it in the hole. Fala will not put me out.
Let me conclude. Let me finish that.
No, wait, my man. They tell you like life will on. You can say something, you take it back. That riches you won't be a kid up.
What you want?
Put it in the hole.
Yeah, no problem.
No, let's put it in the hole behind it.
The
last time we got here, I won the belt. The man didn't pay my money. This time, no man. But no. Two reasons that I said our father will not contest. For fear of the executive, he will not. That's one. The second reason here is that he will be gambling the speaker position because they will force him to resign. The codings, the politics. The third reason is that the executive get a lot of power to arm twisting, strangulating, prosecuting. They can do that through assets recovery, different things. Forget about that. He will not gamble that. Now, on the issue of
those are weak reasons. The man is a friend to the president. A friend to Jeremiah, who is the vice president. Then you want us to believe they get armed towards him? Are you serious?
No problem. Who will not support Fala? Did that when you call Fala, say my man back up. I know what I'm telling you. Okay. Now, on the issue of Musa Berete, few reasons. One, the legislature will not ordinarily allow the tradition to be broken to elect a new man to become speaker. That one. It's a tradition in the legislature. It has to be broken. That jinx will have to be broken. Is Berete in the position to break it? No. Two, all the guys in the lower number may not support Berete. Let me repeat. All the guys in the lower numbers may not support Berete. I want to repeat again. All the guys in the lower numbers may not support Berete. Berete is partyless. He doesn't have a political party. He just formed one. He seems more as an independent candidate unless no time. It becomes difficult. I've been frank with you. It becomes very difficult. You shouldn't put it in the hole. Okay. So as a result,
let's move on.
As a result of that, you ask me, the best thing for them to do is to call for an election to legitimize whatsoever happened. Could may even run on web ballot. Now, but if they delay it, there's a second scenario. If Fada preside, you accept that resignation and they delay, Kun will start jittering because that money been coming now on Thursday.
So let's move on.
If they delay it, then no, start on that one. I will just conclude in 30 seconds. If they delay it,
Gray, you talk more than 5 minutes.
My man, but stop that thing, man. You went off, you came by, you told or untold, you call me or stop. If they delay that, money then they will come in. So my bet is that they will have an election on the same day.
All right, thank you very much. But let me say this again before we work on for our closing. The Colonel Aaron Gray. It's good to see you, brother. I know you work and you come to join us late. Let's talk a little bit about Musa. What's the interest here on Musa? Uncle Sam, let me start with you. We hear issues and saying now I'm going to reach out to Musa. You know, he's my friend, he's my brother, right? But the thing is that they have strangulated him on this China Union oil tank farm that were given to him by Madame Salif that he can operate, you know. But now the China Union taking back the oil tank farm. They have written Musa. I have the letter, but I said no. I reached out to Musa to share with him to hear him before I can discuss this letter. And on the letter, they are saying that listen, we in a position to have our tank farm back. Musa contract expired May 6th. So therefore, as of yesterday, May 7th, Musa cannot operate the tank farm. Understand that we are under different government here. President George Mana, we are protected Musa all of the 6 years. All right? Madam Salif gave it to him before leaving. President John Mahama have protected him. Musa make huge money out of that thing. Now, under this government, I don't think the government pleads for Musa to continue operation. Uncle Sam. These are some of the trouble that Musa will be faced with. Musa is asking, say, listen, I have a consignment on the way. Allow me to operate it one last time. Then I can give your all 10 farm back. I mean, they have agreed. Since you have a consignment or ship coming, go ahead, operate one last time. Then we will take our all farm. Another argument is saying the government want this as a stage on Musa neck. But when I read the letter, I believe China Union want the all 10 farm back from Musa, and they have agreed, and Musa will be turning this over. Uncle Sam, do you think this is trouble for Musa? 1, 2. Do you also think, Uncle Sam, I'm going to talk more on this story. I wanted to do it tomorrow, but maybe Saturday when we have the time, because I want to speak to Musa on this before bringing up the letter. Number 2, Uncle Sam, do you think Musa have the men to support him for either the speakership or the deputy speakership here?
Okay, I know Musa, and I have I won't say a close relationship with him, but we respect each other. And on 1 or 2 occasions, Musa is strictly a businessman. Money is what motivates Musa. Let's just be very clear about that. Business. You saw his asset recovery is worth $36 million. Musa wants to take his net worth up to $100 million. That's who he is. He's strictly a businessman, and Musa will do almost anything to protect his business interests. So right now, I think he's already deserted Funati. I can tell you that for free. He's going to go strictly with his business interests. As any businessman would, looking at losing millions of dollars and protecting somebody's speakership. I mean, a businessman, I mean, it's not how you put it in his it's not personal, strictly business, right? Greed is good. You saw that in Wall Street, Gordon Gekko. I think maybe Dr. Richardson, maybe you saw the movie Wall Street. Greed is good. That's Musa ability. And I don't think he's going to get angry for me seeing this. He's a businessman. And therefore, Musa will go with his business interests. So I think he will play ball with the administration to make sure that he gets his business interests fulfilled. Okay? Now, Musa, if I were advising Musa as a freshman representative, I won't go with that. It shows too much ambition. As a freshman senator, freshman legislator, especially, look, in 2005, Snow was a freshman legislature representative, but that was the first legislature. There were everybody was freshmen, right? But now, Musa is a freshman, and he says he's moving too fast from a political party, supporting a party supporting a candidate, and it's just too much. He needs to just take a step back, right? Because if you appear as overly ambitious, it undercuts your gravitas in the political. Then you're seeing like Abu Kili. So right now, Musa is looking at Abu Kili, and I'm saying that because he hasn't come for a long time for us to talk. So this is the way I have to basically talk to him, right? But I don't think.
So if he call you will not talk to him like that. So you say like,
if we were talking and I knew his thinking.
I'll tell Musa to call you. I'll tell Musa call you,
all I'm seeing is based upon the man I have observed over the last 22 years, strictly about the Benjamins. Doesn't care much about anything else. It's strictly about his business interest. He's worth close to 40 million. He wants to jack it up to 100 million.
My question remains the same, Uncle Sam. Do you think Musa has the members?
Well, if he wants to spend a significant amount of his net worth, everybody's for sale in Liberia. So if Musa wants to spend $5 or $10 million, he can be speaker. He can be speaker. Okay. But in making that calculation, but let me just say something. what makes me angry is these people have all this brain cell to do all this political machination. Why don't they use the same brain cells to bring legislation to improve the lives of Liberian people? So it's just about power. Is that all they have in their brains? To use their political machination so they can get power, so they can get money?
I want to save time for us to close.
No. But still, this is an important point, because all we're making these people seem like geniuses, that they have all this political acumen.
Let's just move ahead, Uncle Sam. During your closing, you can say that.
Seconds. Because the Liberian people need to know that their political leaders are there manipulating for their own self-interest, and they don't manipulate to improve the lives of the people. And I resent that. And if I was Liberian people,
we still got room for closing, Uncle Sam. Let's move ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, Musa Belete, do you think he will be either speaker or deputy speaker number one? I just said briefly about the all-10 farm. That belongs to Channel Union, and Channel Union will be taking it away. This got nothing to do with Musa's own personal tank farm that he has from his other businesses. This one belongs to Channel Union. Channel Union slowed down the operation. Madam Salim gave it to Musa to operate. Now Channel Union is taking it back. We will talk more about this story, and we have the document. No, there's the picture I won't put up for him.
Okay, fine.
Thank you. So I want to go ahead again to bring in Dr. Richardson. I will keep this picture while you speak.
That business you can keep one picture. You know, I'm glad that you clarified that, you know, Channel Union is different from Simrex, Musa's business. And Musa actually, I think his history of running a business, it will help tell the Liberian people that he is a competent person to head the speakership. So for someone to come here and tell me that just because he's a business person and he has that kind of interest, that's what we need. That's exactly what we need. We need people who have business acumen, people who can run the country, who can look into the pros and cons of prioritizing some of our SOEs. Secondly, for someone to also come and say here today that, oh, you know, the legislature practice certain tradition, we don't elect new members. This is why our country is where it is, because we got all of these traditions and we keep some people out, and we want the same old pattern to be repeated. This is time that we change. We look at who can do the job, who's best for the job, my Liberian people. It's not about, you know, whether I know somebody, whether I don't know somebody. It's who's competent to do the job. And the only way Liberia will make some strides, some progress, is if we start to take some consideration into meritocracy. You know, when I hear Fubi talk about, and I'm mentioning his name specifically because he's the one that promotes the idea of regime speaker. I don't know what practice you came from, but a speaker is not supposed to do whatever the regime say, or supposed to openly identify themselves as a regime speaker. No. Your speaker, as what Musa Belete will bring to the table, will be to objectively look at issue. He's going to, and I said, he understands how the monetary system works. I used the word economy, and maybe some people didn't understand that. The monetary system works within the legislature, and he is going to study that. He's going to study how committees are being formed and utilize his ability to connect with other people, which he has done in the past. He has done a lot of connecting. He knows the people. Musa is the
to try this one.
Yes, thank you very much. I refer that.
Yeah, campaign open. That original, go ahead.
And actually, if you want me, I can select for other pictures.
No. I select this one or this one.
Okay. I could go in my phone and give you some pictures, but that's okay. Thank you very much. And so, you know, I just want to say that Musa possesses qualification, someone who can move across the aisle, who knows the legislators, okay, the representative. Musa knows them. He's managed at least 26, 27 of them. And so I believe that he has all of the qualifications that it would take to run the speakership of the House. And lastly, I wanted to spell this whole knowledge that just because he's from Nima County, the vice president of Nima County, for that, and the existing deputy speaker and the president and the front of. So let's dispel this knowledge or this information that just because Kun wants to be the godfather. For me, it's about who can do the job. It's not about who and that's how it should be for all Liberians, really. That's what we should be moving towards, who can do the job. So that's what I have to add. Thank you very much.
What we do, thank you, Dr. Richardson. While we go for the closing round, I'd like to say to all of you, though, tomorrow we will have the Abraham Darius Stallone as our guest. On Sunday, we'll have Edwin Evans Snow. And on Monday, we'll have the Councilor, Speaker Jay Fonati Kofa. It's going to be a very, very tense weekend. On Saturday, we're going to discuss these three players. There's a reason why we're putting them out, folks. Nobody's stupid here. Musa will to be speaker or deputy speaker, period. My brother Akaris will say, well, I'm not going to throw Thomas Fala in there. That's the Game of Thrones. Thomas Fala wants to be speaker, right? Thomas Fala is not Thomas Fala of old. He's the doing of that house. Thomas Fala can call these guys, then they will listen to him. Even people today that supporting Fonati Kofa, they will be supporting Thomas Fala more. But here's the easy way. Can Thomas Fala do another Fonati Kofa again with Richie Kun? Can Thomas Fala do that? I see lawmakers are calling me as a center. Because of what Uncle Sam said, Richard Kun will be presiding. You know, Uncle Sam can put people in a situation here, Conor Gray. Everybody knew that, but people were holding back. But bam, Uncle Sam said it. The guys not changing their mind. They say the head is hurting. Richard Kun will preside. Because imagine if they agreed that they're going to go for reaffirmation to say, yes, we're keeping Richard Kun. Or the open an election. My, oh my, boy, oh boy. There will be another Pandora box. But let's hear you, while you do your opening, please be doing your closing also. Conor, Remy Gray. Do both. Hold on a moment, we'll come to you after the corner, Councilor, please.
All right, so Stanton, Madam, good day, fellow panelists.
How you doing?
I'm okay. I hear at one point they said nobody owned the speakership. It's not the personal property. You cannot instruct people to hold on a session while they're away. Then at the same time, you're saying that somebody else will not agree for the legislature to move the way it's supposed to move. That is, if the speaker resigns, of course, that leaves us with the deputy to preside over any. At that point, it's legitimate to preside if Fonati comes out and declares his intention to resign. That left Fala as the legitimate presiding officer. That's what the rules say. That's what the law says. Not somebody's will agree or disagree. Kun at this point is an illegitimate guy at all points. If he wants to declare his intention to run, that is the right forum to do so. Until then, it is not going to go at its own BS to say, I agree or disagree for a session. No, he doesn't have that kind of a wiggle room or that kind of strength, that kind of power to even call the session into action. Only Richard Fowler can do so. That said, this issue will flip-flop back and forth because if somebody is resigning, it means a vacancy would exist to legitimize the newly elected individual. But Richard Kuhn could not have been speaker then for Nadi Kofa resigning. We said that yesterday. Resigning for as what? From where? So fast forward coming to Mr. Ability, I think the rep. You know, Musa is a survivor in all sense. He understands, you know, first thing, he understands how to survive in a given situation. And then secondly, he was a businessman first before becoming a lawmaker. One has to precede the other in terms of interest. So if you ask me, I would say, well, Mr. Belte will look at his business interest first before looking at any other secondary issue, irrespective of the fact that he's a speaker. I mean, he's a member of the House. So that said, I think he's having quite a rambling with the Unity Party government. And at some point, you have to choose your fight. And I hear people are saying that, hey, Musa no longer support, fanatical fight. It could be true because his interest is at stake. If I were him, what I would be looking for is to protect my business because that's what makes me first than any other thing else. So in my opinion, I don't think he's going to go with that speakership fight. He's just going to abstain from there and try to protect his own business interests. And that is what a business person typically would do, in my opinion.
Colonel Greg, thank you. We're going to close the show, ladies and gentlemen. We will close this program. Everybody will do the closing. I can announce that our brother, Akaris Moses Gray, just play us to save, Thomas Fala have no interest. You know, that's the CDC game. I'm sorry that he's on and off. They knew the game plan. I can say this. I'm troubled. They knew that CDC is going for the big seat here, which will be speaker. At this place, I can say to you, who knows? There may be CDC / Thomas Fala and Musa Ability. Who knows? Or CDC, Thomas Fala, Sekou Kane. Who knows? Or they will just keep Richard Cohn. But for me to listen to my brother Akaris Gray, to tell me a story that is not even adding up, CDC plan here is coming to fruition. And to say that CDC wasn't part of this mess, now people ask about to be open. What was the operation here? I'm serious. What I can tell the Liberian people tonight, Thomas Fala is in this thing. I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm saying it's a game of tune. When you have Thomas Fala arise to nominate Deputy Speaker Thomas Fala to be the speaker. Speaker Thomas Fala will step down, accept the nomination, and guess what happened? They will go for election. So everybody is saying, well, there will not be an election. Hey, think again. Hey, let's just be slow. Things are happening. They say ball bounce rule change, and it's happening. So let's close the show. My brother Councilor, Lafayette B. Goose Sr., thank you as always for joining us. Let's hear you in your closing, sir.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. So everybody giving his analysis. So we're not going to be definitive. We are all guessing. We all, speculating or so. But nobody should think, Paul Kennedy should not think that Thomas Fala is somebody who is a Buse man, so he doesn't let power. No, that the old time Buse people, and the now Buse people. Me, I kiss him myself, I let power, but I won't be represented. So, yeah. So, you look at my face, and Paul Kennedy, I'm the great grandson of the late Paramount Chief Tamatelo. So, that means I'm sad. So Thomas Fowler wanted to be speaker. He opted to contest to be speaker, but the party told him that because Fanati Kofa was the deputy, so Kofa should go as speaker. Thomas Fowler was not happy with that. That is something that we know, and Amogre knows that for a fact. He is the oldest serving member of that legislature. Very experienced. So that ego is there. But he can play a game. We are speculating. Richard Kuhn can be speaker. And the only person that holds Richard Kuhn's speakership is Thomas Fowler. If Thomas Fowler breaks away, Richard Kuhn is done. If Thomas Fowler put out a hand to run, he will win. Because he got members of the majority, and almost the entire minority black will support him because they don't want Richard Kuhn. So the only man that holds Kuhn should not worry too much. Be talking to Fowler for them to hold together. Then the Kuhn can win the elections. He shouldn't be talking about hijacking power. No. Thomas Fowler presides with their understanding. They open the floor for election. Then the Kuhn will win because he has the number. You can see the commitment. As for Bidete, yeah, I don't see him having the number because he had the number. Then he will be able to convince those people to come on board to the side. The fact that you're not able to convince them to come onto the side, I'm not too sure that he has the number, and he can govern as a number to win. But nobody should rule Thomas Fowler out of the game plan. Thomas Fowler is crafted. I spent 15 years in the legislature. I know the terrain myself. I haven't been a lawmaker, but I know the terrain. On a great nose. From George to a day, on a great nose up. So the thing he's talking here tonight, that when Thomas Fowler raises his hand to contest, he will be the speaker. And Musa Berete will settle for the deputy speaker. Watch my word. The only way, if Thomas Fowler does not run, Richard Kuhn is going to be elected as a speaker. That's for sure. So all I say here tonight, let's hope that the best thing will be done, and they will conduct the process legally. They can fix whatever that they spoil. They can try to come back and fix it and come back on board legally. And whoever wins the election will have no option but to support the president. We just want the right thing to be done. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And see you tomorrow, my guys. Because guys, don't forget tomorrow we're gonna have They Don't Ask one-on-one. Then the guys will come up for post analysis. We'll have 1 hour 30 minutes with DeLon one-on-one talking and discussing on national issue. The Senator of Moserado County, A.B. DeLon, will be our guest. We're gonna go now to you, Uncle Sam. It's kind of late where you are, but thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much. You know, when I hear the discussion on the political machination and how these guys manipulate the system for their own benefit, you know, I found that very heart-wrenching, you know. Why can't you use the same brains you're using for political machination to benefit yourselves, to benefit the country? I mean, if you were using political machination to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for public education, public housing, 70% of the people in Montserrat County live in slums. People who live in the villages live in huts with no electricity, with no running water. My father's ancestral village, Domon, right by Little Liberian River, says they have never seen, they'll never open up a tap. They never flick a light bulb on in their lives. And they spend for eternity. So why would you spend all of that time trying to manipulate the system to spend the $34 to $40 million there and get extremely wealthy? Why you suppress the people economically? Why do you do that? You know, and you know this sort of machination I'm very sad about it. I mean, no wonder people like Captain Tory rise up. No wonder people like Dumoye, what's the name of the guy in Guinea, to manipulate the people, give them $15 or $20 to truck him, to get to the legislature, not to do the bidding of the people, but to do the bidding of your colleagues in the House. You 103 people, that's all you're doing, is that you sit down and you divide the country amongst yourselves. This is like the Berlin Conference, where the arrogance of white people, they sat down in a room in Berlin and they carved all the African continent. That's what the guys in the legislature are doing, carving out the country for their own benefits. They put themselves on committees. They give budgetary support to agencies where they can go and get some money back from that with their kickback. And what is happening to Mount Mary and Mount Wata children? If you look at right now, the outward migration rate of Liberians out of Liberia, phenomenal. Go to Dubai. You'll be very shocked at the number of Liberians there doing menial jobs in Dubai. The Liberian children run into Rwanda, they go into Ghana, they go into every place, they go to Turkey, they go to Cyprus, they're going all over because they feel they have no future in the country. And the people who are supposed to give them a great future are the people who have decided that they among themselves alone would divide the spoils. And under this kind of dispensation, you can't have a developed country. And I don't know what will happen, but we ought to rethink how we're running this so-called democracy, where people that come from mud houses, from mat houses, that their first new car in their lives were provided by the government. Taxpayers' dollars. 99% of them never did any business, never did anything worthy in their lives. They come to public office only for one purpose: to manipulate the system to make money for themselves. That's all they do. That is a tragedy.
Thank you.
And they're lucky that I'm old. But if I were younger, they would see something. I'm not pushing for violence, but not like what's his name? John, what's his name from Georgia? John Lewis. Good trouble. We make some good trouble.
Thank you, Sam.
Not to hurt people, but to make sure that they improve the lives of Mount Wata and the people in Yekwi Town and Cape Town, and not to feather their own nest. This is very sad, extremely sad.
Uncle Sam, I think the people, and today I would agree with Paul Kennedy and Adela Patrick, the people brought it unto themselves. After saying all of this, those same people are going to come around again election time and say, hero, doctor. So that's the reason why we come on the show every day, to help educate our fellow Liberians. It's very pathetic, and God will see us through. Dr. Richardson, you close and go to Honorable Gray, please.
So I'd like to start by saying we don't want to continue the insanity that we have in politics. We saw what Richard Cohen did to our country. We saw him utilize money that wasn't his. He suspended people. He even wanted to take people from different committees. It even surprises me that some of the people that he wanted to take off from their committees are supporting him. That's the problem. That's the conundrum that we're in our country. But I want Liberians to think about those who were involved in this fight that kept our country hostage for months. I want you to think about them. There were some bad players and there were some good players. The bad players were the anti-rule of law players, and the good players, in my view, were the rule of law players, the people who said, no, you cannot remove a speaker without the proper 49 numbers that you need, and their thoughts were consistent with the Supreme Court. This brings us to the three candidates that we have. Thomas Fala was expelled from CDC. He didn't carry out the party mandate. I will not underestimate him, as everyone have said, including, actually, Councillor Good made a good presentation here. I will not underestimate him. If you ask me, I think my own brother, Representative Gray, is playing politics here when he tells us, oh, Fala wouldn't run. Fala got something in his head. But I think, and I know, there's a rift between Fala and Kun. All know that here. Okay? And that rift is propelling Musa Bility in the legislature, in the House of Representatives. Many of the people who are in the House of Representatives, if you only knew what they were thinking, we don't know what they were thinking, but do you think they want to vote for somebody who tore our country apart? If they do want to vote for someone who tore our country apart, then we are asked, then the Liberian people are telling us they want to stay where they are. They want to remain static. They don't want to progress. That's what they're telling us. Okay? Would someone want to vote for Thomas Fala, who some saw him as a betrayer? If we want to talk about people betraying people, it will be Thomas Fala. Musa Bility was able to keep the group together. 25 men is no small task. I'm telling you, there were times people wanted to forget about the rule of law because it was hard. Some of these people are not getting paid. Richard Kun refused to pay some of these people. He expelled them. He created his own parking lot, his own parking space. He became King Kong in a short amount of days of the House of Representatives. And his fellow men could not take it, and his fellow women in the Senate could not take it. It was too much for them. And guess who had to hold them together? It was Musa Bility. Representative Musa Bility. Whether you like it or not, whether you think he has a lot of money, whether you think he has a different ethnic group than you are, whether you think he comes from a different religion, it was Musa Bility, the person who you want to consider downtrodden in our culture because of his ethnicity. He was the one who held people together. Yes, Musa is a businessman, and I agree with Conor Gray. He's a survivor, and he worked very hard for every single penny that he has. But you know what? Musa has Liberia at his every thought of the day. Musa has developed his district. When I go to Liberia, I go and see with my own eyes because I like documentation. I like facts. At no time in our country where we had a developmental representative who would say, I would take my own earnings, okay, for the sake of my people. Which one of us know any representative like that? That was the situation he was given. Our house and our government is supposed to work for the people, but they were not working for the people. They're not working for the people, as we say countless hours on this show. But this is somebody that said, this is what I have. Our health system is down. We don't have roads in our district. We can't feed ourselves, and I'm going to implement that program. And that is what he is doing right now in District 7. I would ask Liberian people, wouldn't you want a developmental representative like that to be a speaker? The question is not about whether Kun is from Nima or Musa is from Nima. Hey, Fala has been assistant speaker. He's from Lofa. We have a president who's from Lofa. So the same analogy that you can make for whatever reason would be the same analogy that you can make about the Nibans. However, the difference is Musa is a developmental person. He's a developmental representative. He's moved across the aisle. He has the acumen and the ability to use his business knowledge to help our private sector and to help our social welfare sector. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Stanton.
Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Honorable Gray, let's hear you, sir.
Yeah, stand on. I think the part of the matter is that people missing the mark. And the mark is not that Musa is not competent or qualified, or Musa has not performed in the legislature or outside of the legislature. No, that's not the argument. Also, my argument has not been regional or county, because Dr. Richardson says something very important. Alex Tyler was from Bombing, and President Sadi was from Bombing, and he became speaker. So I didn't hold that argument, and it can't be my argument. No, but I want us to listen well. I said something when Speaker Kofa won the election. I said there will be a repeat of Edwin Snow. In the first year, they will fire you. I said that. I predicted a fight in the first year. And the reason why—
Who you said that to? Because nobody have a clip on you saying that.
No, that not clip. I'm telling you. I'm just saying what I said.
Oh, you said to yourself, okay.
No, not to myself. I said it among us. I said, look, there'll be a fight. Okay. And the reason why I predicted a fight, I look at two factors. I'm speaking of a former 12-year lawmaker, and I worked at the Capitol Building, a resource officer, administrative assistant before becoming a lawmaker. The margin that Fonati won with, I think it was between 3 to 5. And those group of guys that got defeated, they kept holding together and calling meetings, which was dangerous. Let me repeat. They kept holding together and calling meetings. That margin was not sufficient enough. It had a little bit of problem. The second thing, the regime didn't feel satisfied because they really wanted Kwan at a point in time. Once they didn't feel satisfied, the way they got defeated, it became problematic. The regime did not have the speaker. The regime did not have the deputy speaker. Unlike under President Weah, we had the speaker, they had the deputy. When we have recruited sufficient number and Prince Moe left, we took the deputy. Go already had a speaker. We had sufficient numbers. And that was the ruling party. We had a lot of control. And some of us was there to keep the guys together. The thing I'm saying, that Farah, I keep saying Farah will not run. I know what I'm saying. I've mentioned 3 factors. The councilor says something very important. If Farah run, it's a conditionality. Farah will win. Let me repeat. If Farah run, I said here that he will win. But I'm saying Farah will not run. A few reasons why Farah will not run. Let me reiterate. Farah will be asked to resign as deputy speaker. He will feel gambling the position. He will show that he will win because it will be a tense battle. He will win, but it will be a tense battle. It's not guaranteed. Then he will lose the deputy and lose this. If he lost the speaker, he will lose the deputy position. The next thing here is that Farah knows very well, and I know that the regime can press him on his assets and other things. Yes, this regime is very vicious. They can do that. And he have been fighting for relationship with President Boyka. Been having a lot of relationship. Remember when he told President Boyka, you remember the last time they went Lofa together in the public and said, we have things to tell you. That's the second stop there. So Farah will now want to gamble the position. Farah knows the power of the ruling establishment. He's a veteran. He knows that very well. That's one. He complacent being a deputy speaker. Even if you want to be a speaker, you will not want to gamble it because the regime will not take easy anybody who doesn't come from the regime. That's one. The other thing about ability, and ability, competence. I'll be a fool to question his competence, to question his work. I've said 3 factors. Traditionally, the old guys will not want it. Traditionally, the regime is already fighting ability. and you got business interests, somebody just brought a factor in, and someone say you protect your business interest first. Now, besides that, besides the business interests, besides the issue of tradition at the legislature, Musa is a fine candidate, but they got 25 persons. They got to go look for another 12 persons. Don't say 13, 12 to reach 37 for the simple majority. But they may need 13, maybe one person will flip for the sake of the game. Or one ballot paper may be somehow invalid. So, you know what you're talking about. The 25 person may hold together. I've been in elections.
Let's go, man.
You like it, you can wear your hair. You know So as a result of that, to get 12 person from that black, some of them
you can't have this thing tonight, my man. You trying to shit and you know the intention of Thomas Fala. You trying to shit, Greg. You're not making any progress.
Great man.
You're not making any progress. You're trying hard. You can't make it. That's a hidden agenda here, Greg. You know, we're not stupid, Greg.
You can save it.
You can make it. You can make it, Greg.
But let me say this.
They have been exposed. Thomas Fala will do to Richard Kumu what he did to Fanati Kofa. And that's just right. He's a representative of Game of Thrones. So anything you play with for your mama, come on, let go.
My man, you refuse to put it in the hole. Last time I put it in the hole, I want you to get my
Let's put it in the hole. Let's go ahead. Put it there.
Give my 500, put it in the hole. The last time you refuse.
500, I'm big here. Great talk, man. Let's go back.
We'll put it in the hole. But look, listen, on a very serious note, I'm saying this to you not because, look, if you ask me today, I don't want Kun to be speaker. I don't want it. Like everyone said, the excesses, the abuses and things. Even up to now, as I speak to you, the law number has not made a decision on whether they will carry or speaker. They may make that decision tomorrow. Let me repeat. Up to the moment I'm speaking to you, the lower numbers have not made a decision whether they will carry a speaker. Maybe tomorrow meeting, they will make that determination, the 25 or then. If possible, the 25 votes can go in one basket. Very possible. But for the 25 to take all that number is for a disintegration.
Okay, great. Let's go now. Your time up, man.
Okay, and do I see that disintegration? Your prayer to God for Father to contest.
Okay, thank you, great.
Fasting. Let me repeat.
Consistency
is of a goblin man.
Let me say this to you, great.
Say your own. Because I know now the course you receive, you left the show. I see why I'm receiving. So let me just tell you, the course you receive, and you left the show, you allow the sister to talk, the other person to I see why I'm receiving. Me,
no problem. No problem. You know what he's saying, right? It's an open penalty. No keeper in the goal.
Let's
score your goal.
I mean, that says Richardson said, Father is expert from CDC. She read for the place. Okay, there are certain people voting CDC, Father will not get from the other side. She read for the place that. Okay, Father will not gamble that position. My man, I know what I'm talking. One the executive threatening that boy Infinity. In fact, the last fighter.
Who the executive are threatening Father? You said what's the executive? The man is working for the executive. The man is the executive.
Yeah, but I'm saying you will not contest. But you agree that you will not contest.
Great, let's go. Let's forget it.
Of lawmakers who fought.
Let me bring in poor candidate and Fubi Harry. Let's close the show.
We not say that for Kun and Fala to run. They will not do it. They will not say that. They don't want audit. So they will fight audit.
Yeah,
few guys that started fighting for Nati. Do you think that Rachel Kun fought for Nati?
Thank you very much, Greg. Let's get all of the chance to close, sir. Fubi, go ahead.
Yeah, so firstly, the House of Representatives is not, I mean, the leadership in the House of Representatives is not about whether you have business knowledge or not. It's a political hub. So people will compete based on political alignment. And for that, I can say definitely there will be no, Tomafala will not preside on Tuesday, and there will be no election on Tuesday for.
There will be election. There will be election.
Hey man, give me Chemington and you thought I'll listen to you, please. I beg.
Man, not very in Burkina Faso doing some
Hey,
work.
man, nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I beg you, Dad, give me chance. Give me chance. Give me chance.
Oh, hey, man,
Give me chance. Man, start telling me.
Who will get you chance? You in Owaga Dugu.
Okay. Let me no honorable.
Stop being rude now. Stop.
You say your own. I say my own. I say your own. Let me say your own.
But I see political well not doing like brother.
Yeah, talking.
My
brother, yeah, talking to you.
Go ahead, go publish that your business. Say you give me tell me talk. Man, keep quiet. Let me drive.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, get down for that. I think talking. Everybody know. Yeah, so that's secret. Yeah.
You give fair disrespect.
Man, give me chance, man. Shut up about me talk. Now it's you intimidate me. So it's a political hub. And it's that about whether you got something. Once people align with you politically, they support you. That's basically what's gonna happen. And there'll be no election on Tuesday.
But wait, Fully, what are you doing in Burkina Faso? You got me to.
We'll talk that. Not discussion for now. I'm working here.
I left
on the team.
For being protected
after the election, you left Liberia 2023. You live in Burkina Faso now.
I've been back and forth. I've been like in December, so don't worry about that.
They will renew again, baby.
Don't worry about that one.
Have you met the 34-year-old president?
No, I know.
No, are you serious about Burkina Faso? Because everything getting free in Burkina Faso. Education, you get free money. You in school, you get paid. Is that why you in Burkina Faso? They're going to pay you by bonus.
That's the issue. We feel the figure issue. So they better get intimidate me. So don't worry about it. There will be those figure election on Tuesday. There will be those figure election on Tuesday, and Kun will preserve. And the issue about the suspension, those that were suspended, they were suspended in line with the abuse of the Constitution, Article 44. They were suspended based on that because they prevented session from being held on October 17. That was the reason for which their colleagues suspended them. They insulted their friends, they blocked the door, they did all sort of hooliganism took place on that day. That's the reason why they did it. So you can't criticize Kun and say Kun is lawless. Kun is not being lawless. They acted within the law, and that's the reason why they didn't fight back. That's the reason why they didn't cause. That's the reason why they didn't challenge them. They allowed them to do what they wanted to do, and they peacefully walked away and went and had a separate session. And because of that, they took the law into they used the law to deal with their colleagues, and the constitution backs them for that as Article 44. Obstruction of legislative duty is a violation of Article 44. Is contempt of legislature, and that's what the guys did, and that's the reason why the guys were challenged, and then they were suspended. And if they decide to leave it for whatever reason, that's up to them. They have the same power to suspend, and they have the power to revert that decision. Once plenary decide to do that, that's fair and that's up to them. So. And also the regime, I'm talking about my big brother. I don't have issues with him, but I think the party, Unity Party, will not allow for him to become speaker, and that will be a huge fight. And the minority are not enough to also grant him that opportunity, and the majority will also not even open that corridor. That's the most important part. So if the majority open that corridor, that would be the biggest mistake that they will make to say, Kun back off and let Tomafala preside. If that happens, that is a done deal for them. So I think they will now want to take that risk. The same way Grace saying that Tufala will not take the risk to resign as deputy speaker to contest or to jeopardize the relationship with the regime. And same thing, they will now want to also take that risk to open a corridor that will allow for fresh election for the speakership because they have already decided on that. And anything to the contrary, they'll be validating the position of the Supreme Court, which we all believe the Supreme Court is in error, and the Supreme Court is not infallible. They are subject to making error. So on the very panel, people here said that they disagree with the Supreme Court ruling of 1986. So if you can disagree with the Supreme Court ruling in 1986, myself can disagree with the Supreme Court ruling in 2025. And so it's obvious that the guys on the Supreme Court bench are subject to making errors. And that's the same reason why the Bar Association disagree with some of their position. And it's only fair for people to see those things and accept it. So we all have our own reasons for supporting whoever we support, and that all the things that stem from political grounds. Whatever political alignment we have, that's where we lean. And that's the reason why you see everybody taking different sides, mostly because of their political alignment. And so thanks. It was a very good show, and let's keep it up, because we all owe the country to help drive the attention. And I'm not inhaling everywhere. When I live in Liberia, I told everybody that I was living. So I didn't come to ask. You go on Facebook. I've posted my being Burkina Faso or historical site. So I'm not secret. So no matter my thing that I ain't hitting. So it's not news to come here and say, oh, you work at Dugu. No. Everybody, even people in CDC that are friendly with Atuna, I ain't Burkina Faso. So they're not secret. So they're not news for you.
To close now.
Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you. Say hi to the president, and if you own a secret mission,
we gotta leave.
We are protecting Abraham Traore, so please know how you in Burkina.
Our man. We also support Pan-Africanism.
Look,
right.
it was that Burkina Faso that destabilized Liberia.
Come on, hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy, and then you'll be last, my brother.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Stanton, it was a good show, and as always, we are grateful to have the kind of healthy debate. It really helps to keep us conscious and putting up on to see what will happen in moving our country forward. Our country is in a dying need. I'm still sitting here and figuring out whatever happened of the MCC teachers, whether they got paid, whatever happened about the University of Liberia, how is it going to open, how is it going to continue to run. The legislature election, if Fonati resigns, and you think that there's going to be an election, Phoebe already told you. Phoebe is speaking the same mindset the folks who bypass the rule of law understand. They think Kong is a speaker and Fonati is not. So even if Fonati resigns, in their mind, they think that Kong continue to be the speaker. For them to go back to have an election, I don't think that's something I'm looking forward to seeing. But hey, you know what? Let's look at it. It really doesn't matter to me which one of them is in power. I care less, because I know that none of them thinks well of the country. They are only orchestrating, they are perpetuating themselves into power to continue to take money, to empower and enrich themselves at the detriment of the situation of the Liberian people. If this house were any other house or any other office of government in Liberia, people will be calling to audit them. You cannot budget 3 million and use 17 million. It doesn't make sense anywhere else in the whole wide world. The only group of people who budgeted 3 million and end up using 17 million are those people in the House of Representatives, and they are the same group of people who are fighting now for power. So you actually believe that when the power is relinquished over to them, they're going to be using it to benefit the Liberian people? I mean, sometimes I really don't want to say anything about this house, because I know they're not going to do anything much differently. I will be surprised if Fonati, after Fonati resignation, if he resigns, I'll be surprised to see Kun turning power down to go sit down again for re-election. I will really be surprised. I'm looking forward to that. And I think, Thomas Fala will not run if he's even given the opportunity to do so for several reasons. One of A. Akaras talk about, he will be risking his already deputy speaker job for an uncertain speaker position, which no one knows he could win with the dynamics and the kind of uncertainty amongst them. So let's look to see what they will bring. My prayer is that they wholeheartedly sit down and make the country a priority. Look at the educational system to say, look, let's go forward and move money to improve the educational and the healthcare system. That is the thing they would do that will actually make me to see that our country is going in a better direction. But until then, Senator, most of what they are doing and talking and screaming, all these things they've been doing for the past 8 months, it's only about them. It is not. No one can show me how their actions have benefited Liberian people. No one on this podium can tell me that. So whoever becomes the speaker or co-speaker or deputy speaker, I care really less about it. I don't care because I don't think their speakership will bring any better to the country. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much. Taking our home tonight will be the corner, the ad, Reverend Gray. Corner Gray?
Yes, Stanton, let me piggyback on that Burkina Faso issue. Look, Burkina Faso was who destabilized our country. Single-handedly.
Everybody walk out the lay, I was close to
I don't want to
Burkina Faso basically bad. Everybody.
I could care less whether or not the country
is hungry. You gotta bring Burkina Faso lecture here again.
Let me make my point. Fubi brought it up. Look, if Burkina Faso was so rosy, they will now have their citizens in our forest. Sorry, some of us not president would have gone there to raid them out, send them across the border. They didn't settle in Ivory Coast because they know Ivory Coast would not accept that. They are in our land. If the land is so beautiful, let them go back. That just tells you that the small captain that is there, it's not benefiting anybody, but just so for people to go out of their mind to go be supporting it, that's their prerogative. But let me say this. Speaker McCarthy was speaker from January, I think, to somewhere September, October. He was primarily rejected because of experience. So when you come to the speakership, you must know the politics. It's just a culture that you must understand. Otherwise, you will not survive. That said, they elected Mike Johnson, who is there now. Even him didn't have much of an experience, but at least he was better than, or is better than the previous speaker, McCarthy. But let's come back to Liberian legislative politics. I think the issue of experience in government, in the legislature, is very much important. When you are a rookie speaker, a rookie lawmaker, when regardless of your experience outside of that orbit, people see you that way as a rookie, somebody who still needs to. That's why Musa attempted to run for deputy, I think. He was not elected because of that reason, not primarily because of that reason. He brings a lot of experience from outside, but within our corridor, he doesn't have that experience. So therefore, I think people will allow him to learn his role, understand the process before he can even put his foot down. So let me come back to the issue of people are talking about, there'll be no election. The like of Paul, I want you to address this issue. Who do you think? Why do you think that Kuhn should resign if it's not, if a vacancy still exists? Does not exist. Why should he resign? And if he resign by virtue of their own law, they should go to election. Unless you tell me he's just resigning from where? Where is he resigning from? If he resigns, there's a vacancy. By virtue of that, they must go back to elections. So all this machination are hearing lots of things, they will eventually follow what the Supreme Court mandated. By the way, the Supreme Court's their own opinion is what will follow as precedent. Not the likes who disagree with him, whether they by association, whether Fubi disagree. When we read the cite law, we don't go be citing the bar that a lot of people will not accept a ruling from the Supreme Court. The precedents are there. But once the Supreme Court rules, that becomes law. That's what will follow. Sorry though, that's just how it works for us. Center.
Yeah, let me do my closing. Uncle Great, thank you very much. My sister, Dr. Francine Chinwe Richardson. Thanks, Paul Kennedy. With Brother Honorable Akaris Mosegre, Phoebe Harris, Councilor Good, Uncle Sam. It's been a great show today. To all of you out there, I want to say thank you. I do believe there will be an election. How they will conduct the election, it's up to them. But they must carry on the election. I 100% believe that there will be an election. Because you know what? Even Richard Cohen himself won the election. Because if there is no election, most people, this will go down in history that Richard Cohen is an illegal speaker. The transformation, to say we are reaffirming our commitment on a list of resolution that Richard Cohen is our speaker, they will try to squeeze it in some way, somehow, that will legitimize Richard Cohen. Richard Cohen, he doesn't want that trouble hanging over his head. It's a lot of trouble. Another government may come in tomorrow. You remember the Pharaoh that knows Moses? The Pharaoh no understood Moses and the children of Israel, and therefore they persecuted them. And they said, I will not let your people go. There will come a time, another precedent. I'm saying, I don't care what you did under the Joseph Iman Barker government. It was all illegal. They will have the new chief justice. They will move in a new direction, and they will try to persecute Richard Cohen and the rest of the folks. Richard Cohen knows that. And I think Richard Cohen himself desires a new election. When Richard Cohen wins, so many scenarios that can have Richard Cohen to win. But there's a possibility that Thomas Falah will do to a Richard Cohen that which he did to a Fonati Kofa. And my brother Kairos was sitting on the show, knowing what I know, hearing what I'm hearing, and he pretending and said Thomas Falah was not wrong. Thomas Falah get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, up to Monday evening to make that decision. He is trouble right now. What he should run? And if Thomas Falah put his hands up to run, my people, Thomas Falah will win the speakership. Because you know why? The minority members, some permanent minority members that stood with Fonati through taking thing, they have agreed that if Thomas Falah put his hands up, they will support Thomas Falah for speaker and support Musa Belete for deputy or Sekou Kane. Because those guys that don't like Richard Cohen. But if Thomas Falah keep his hands down and say, I will remain deputy speaker, Richard Cohen will have that vote. So what is happening? Yeah, Honorable Gray, you are right. When I was on the show, I was receiving all the calls from all over. You are right. What is happening? They are begging Thomas Falah now to put his hands up. They are. They will go for election. Whether you get Musa Belete running against Richard Cohen, Musa cannot win Richard Cohen. Musa cannot. Musa knows that he cannot win Richard Cohen. On a mano selection, Musa can. The same people that stood with Musa Belete, I don't want to call some of their names. They will not vote for Musa to be speaker. That can only happen when Thomas Falah elevates himself, and here comes Musa and Sekou Kane, and they're going to sink Richard Cohen. I know what I'm saying, because it's a game. It's designed 4x4x4, or 4x4x2. Tell you I'm not a soccer player, or 4x4-3. How you call it? You tell me that your business.
4-4-3.
4-4-2 or 4-4-3. Thank you.
Yeah.
But this can only happen.
4-4-2.
This is in Thomas Falah playbook. Thomas Falah is not stupid, my people. And we're going to benefit. Make Thomas Falah speak on the ball. You want me to tell you what happened? Make Thomas Falah speak on the ball. You will be fighting with a Thomas Falah and Jeremiah Kuhn for the presidency. We thought was president and vice president. You know what happened also? I beg you, if you want to leave the show, pocket and leave. I'm insider, and I'm telling you. You see what? No, c'est pas. It's not about feelings.
You reduce our country. You reduce our country to Thomas Falah.
We should end
like, bro. What country is this?
You see, I waited for ever so long Everybody thought I want to Paul interrupting me. Paul.
My man. Father, you know, Father, when I'm
something.
You know,
if,
and I know.
If anything happens tonight, I will say this to you. CDC will celebrate greatly if Thomas Father becomes speaker. They will bring back the prodigal son. They will bring him back to the sheepfold. You were lost, but now you are found. You are blind, but now you can see. And John, we are. No, don't interrupt me. Let me do my closing. Can somebody keep Gray up? I'm begging you. Can somebody keep Gray up? Let me close. John, man, we are. We celebrate Thomas Fala, and he will kill the fattest cow in the chiefdom for Thomas Fala. He will. The man called Thomas Fala recently. John, we are called Thomas Fala. I can't say no, you can't tell me that's a joke. Thomas Fala told John we are. But then you suspended me, then you expel me. Joe, I said, who expel you? He said, oh, you don't know what they call NTR? Let me say. Joe, I said again, but let me tell them for the show. The man know why I say it's true. The man know why I say it's true. Thomas Fala, tell them that. Then you give me NTR.
Have you considered the dynamic of Kun becoming a deputy speaker to Thomas Fala?
No, man, let me finish my own. You had your chance to talk. Don't give me no dynamic. I own the robot. Let me talk about own dynamic. Joe, we are called Thomas Fala that Richard said, I know you gotta go. And guess what happened? Thomas Fala tried and said, but you expel me, chief. And respectfully, Thomas Fala called him chief and said, but you expel me, chief. He said, my man, that your party come back home. Now what Joe, we are told Thomas Fala? I know, because I know. Great know that I'm saying the truth. They all hearing me, they know.
You're not saying the truth.
It's a three-way man by Great Star. I think I'll put in your secret over. I get time to season. But it gets three-way street. I want to say thanks to all of you. Okay? Thanks to all of you. There's a game here, and we'll follow the game. We'll watch the game. This is Baga. That which is when I hear you meet it. This is FC Baca. How you call it Baca, right? Barcelona. Playing against.
They wanted to let you know.
Huh?
Penalty has the numbers. Just wanted to let you know.
That which is it. Penalty will get a number, but the number will only be seen when they go on the floor. Everybody get a number that Richard said. Right now, let me tell you something. Say you say that Richard said, let me say this to you. This is what happened. Right now, Dr. Richard said.
Sit here and determine who got the number.
Richard said, when you come with Penalty got a number. Now let you go with it.
No, actually speaking, because
yeah, I agree. Benedict had a number, he had to leave Nimba. Benedict had a number, but he had to leave Nimba when the election was taking place. After the election, he came back. Benedict had a number to win. Mark Goodwell was going to win, but he didn't. He ran. Now, why you saying again? Benedict got a number.
Yeah.
Oh, you said, I agree. I'll go in there.
No, let's go there. The reason why you
I agree. I'll go in there, my brother. I'll go in there. I agree. Because we had that Richardson on the show. That Richardson said Benedict and CMC had a number. The next one,
I said that.
Benedict is in Manchester for 2 weeks after the election.
You see how you like to. I said, we're going to give the establishment for that money.
Let me attack that Richardson small. Let me attack that Richardson small. Leave me alone. Great. She go. Oh God! But you know,
why you not letting them leave the show?
But that Richardson time up. Look at the time. It's 8:38.
No. The information I got, couldn't call you already. Your thought.
No man. Let me say this to you. Let me say this to you. Yeah. The best thing you can do here, right?
When you left the land, when you went behind the scene, what happened?
Who coming?
Who? Richard
Cook coming?
Yeah.
Come on. Let me tell you something. Today,
So what kind of formation there? 4-2 or 4-4-2?
No way. Let me say this. Today,
that defense, they were bad.
let me tell you guys something. Today, you asking me who called me. It's not a gossip. Today, I spoke to all of them today. You want me to name them? I can name them. I spoke to all of them. This is what I do every day. I get a level playing field. And for the Liberian people, I get the good, the bad, and the ugly. Even Musa and myself were texting today. It's not hating. So when I'm saying this thing, I'm saying from my informed position. Richard Koo and myself talked today. Musa and myself talked today. Speaker Kofa and myself talked today. You want to name that? I can tell you who I talked to today. So it's not a strange thing. Okay? I'm not putting Joseph Baga inside. Leave me alone. I'm not putting Joseph Baga inside. Leave me alone.
And will be surprised on Tuesday for Kun to say, you know what? I the news.
I was supporting tonight on a show.
I will be surprised on what?
I think you'll be surprised on Tuesday when if Kofa resign, Kun say, hey, thank God Kofa didn't resign. I the speaker now.
No, Kun don't want. No,
we'll go to election.
Who want to go for election?
Well, it will be a state-managed election then.
No, you can say that. That I can give you, right? But there must, listen, I agree with you on that. But they must do something called election. My man, you think it's easy for that thing? You think it's easy for that thing to hang over you? That everywhere you go to say you are illegal speaker.
100%. Why the man like you say they can't a resolution to get maybe where ballot and it will be state managed, like you said. Now why all the thing we're looking at and say Benete can get 25 votes, trust me, putting himself. The guys.
Well, I don't think Benete. I think this is what Benete doing. Benete is my friend. This is what he doing, right?
If that 25, you know, keep holding.
No. This is what Benete doing. I do believe. Oh, Don Richard saying the back. The global she are fighting, my people. She fighting. We can hear you that we just
your campaign does not count because it is the guy in that house that's going to elect each other.
So why you think that? You know
what, Kennedy? You know that always when she says she for you, she's always loyal.
Yeah,
that's
because
right.
I know. Defend the name.
Something I want to say, right? On the whole Benete issue, I want to say this, right, Paul Kennedy. Benete, someday, believe me, I'm not going to rule him out. Maybe it may not be now, but someday. Benete can get there, right? Let me tell you something. This is what happened. You see what just took place? You see what just took place? Benete, to tell you the truth, he used his personal money. Fanatic Kofa used his I don't want to call some name yet. They guys took money from the pocket to sustain some lawmaker then that would drop it and hang you on the fence. We know that. So lawmakers then are going dry, and the people from the district were beating on them. They got to spend 80,000, 100,000 on some of these people. I know it. But I would say to Benete, maybe not now. Maybe not now because, thank you, Fubi. It's good having my brother. Maybe it's not now because of the government you have in place. They are not ready for you yet to be speaker or deputy speaker. But someday, trust me, you see that kind of leadership ability. Someday, he maybe become speaker or deputy speaker, but not now. And I can look at Benete, I'll tell you the truth. I mean, they're beating the man from all sides. They are beating him. It takes forever for him to stand strong. So my thing is that Benete must try. I mean, he trying, but he will not make it this time around. You see what he didn't make it in Lima? My Blair came third or fourth. You will not make it.
My Blair came third. Can you imagine?
Oh, you celebrate. Oh, that's why I didn't say it. I said 10 or 4. Because I want to make sure that you know the level.
Third, say it, Santa, say it, third. Say third.
The call that Stanton
you say, right?
The call that Stanton received today, you see Stanton is not on fire.
Let me go. I go, man. Talk show. Bye.
You got another talk show? Oh, on the Global Talk Show?
Yes.
But we're going to try. The last time you got 321 members watching.
That's okay. We're not rushing. We're just talking to the last okay.
Let me leave the woman alone. I'm about that the Richard.
Have a great night.
But stand on a serious note, you struck a point. If Benedict can maintain that 25 votes after the whatsoever election.
You have 25 vote business. Go to sleep, man.
No.
I'm not saying you go again, Dr. Richardson.
The 25 vote not tied, standing on a stake.
No, no.
Hold on, wait now. No, human dynamic here we're talking about here.
Now I'm saying, it's not about the future. That the future discussion we're holding. If that 25 remain after the election, that future discussion, people obviously got disgruntled at the end of the day. They can join the 25. I can tell you that it can happen after election. Don't be surprised that in the future there could be another uprising in the House of Representatives.
I agree with you. If this is not done correctly, Honorable Gray, right? Let's set this in. If this is not done correctly, that's the key reason why Richard Kuhn will agree to an election. That's the main reason why those people that came together, those cartel, to remove Fanatic Kofa, they will agree to an election. That's the main reason why you must have an election now. How you going to have it is up to you. The court will not determine to say have it like this and have it like that. They will say do election. Election, the man will recuse himself. Thomas Fala will preside. That's why the court said the deputy speaker preside. When the deputy speaker preside, Colonel Gray, it open for an election. Whatever happened, the people are covered. So all the Yamanyama people say no, Richard Kuhn do not want to be traveling with that trouble on his head. Tomorrow in history, they said that man was never a speaker. Richard Kuhn don't need that. So people in the house want him to have that, want him to do that. But it cannot be, because you know what? There's tomorrow. What will Jeremiah Kuhn say? What will those senators say? The senator coming back on Tuesday.
Let me ask you that.
The senator coming back on Tuesday real quick. If they come back, guess who? When they say we're going to work with Richard Kuhn, and he's still hanging there, no. They don't want to work with legal, legitimate speaker. That's someone that's been fighting the Supreme Court. And the decision that Richard Kuhn, Thomas Fala, that they're going to entertain an election, but whatsoever means, but an election, is applauding. To tell you the truth, and I think based on those reasons, Fanatic Kofa is resigning. What's your question, Colonel?
Now, well, I'm going to ask what becomes of the case in front of the Supreme Court?
When the speaker resigned,
the speaker resigned, there is no over argument or re-argument again.
So it's moot.
Now, it will only be if the speaker resigns and they have an election.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's done. If they do not have an election, two things going to happen. If they cannot have an election, then the Supreme Court should reverse the decision on the Bill of Information.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Richard Kuhn don't want. He got what he wanted, man. All those trips to, to Johnson, Johnson Hotel.
Well, are you looking at something here? Let me ask you guys, and we just hanging on in crossfire. Paul Kennedy, let me come to you first. Look at the southeastern part of the country, Paul. Richard Kuhn is from the southeastern part. Jeremiah Kuhn from the southeastern part. Right now, the biggest elephant in the southeastern region, that who? Joe Manawea. If Jeremiah Kuhn and Richard Kuhn cannot have some agreement and shake that southeastern region, 2029, if Jeremiah Kuhn is on the ticket, it's trouble for him. Because now you'll be going against George Manawea and Funati Kofa. When you say get Abache hanging, you get James Barney hanging, you get other people hanging. But the biggest elephant in 6 counties straight, that if you have that election here in America, they will say New York, Maryland, Delaware, Washington, D.C., boom, Democrat. In Liberia, they will say Grand Crew, Sano, Maryland, Grand Gide, Grand Bassa, Riverside, Georgia, straight off the bat. Nobody can question. What do you think is important? Do you think that's the reason why Jeremiah Kun, he must keep Richard Kun in his corner?
But Richard Kun becoming speaker does not change anything in the Southeast for him. Look,
are you serious?
We need to, yes.
With money? With money?
Yes.
He's from the Southeast?
We need to understand this. Becoming a speaker, but Buffer Chima was speaker, and the being ready in one election. So becoming a speaker does not actually change much. I mean, you have the magnitude, you have the powers, but what are you doing for the people in the constituent, in the country that you come from? Does Richard Kun see himself as a Southeasterner? Even in the very banner way that he ran, they've almost been there. If they had not cheated to what a guy named what a guy they cheated. If they had not cheated, that guy will beat the guy will beat Richard Kun. So
yeah,
can Richard
Kun, original countryman.
Yeah, can Richard Kun change any dynamics in the next 3 to 4 years because he becomes speaker to offset the election for Georgia in the Southeast? I don't see that happening. You know, after he becomes speaker and goes and change the entire Southeast was talking about magic stick, his speakership is nothing that threatens Georgia election in the Southeast. And so Richard Kun should not put that in his head. He's later known when it comes to the Southeast.
The representative using the Bible, yeah. But let me say something to you, Paul. My only thing here, maybe somebody trying to consummate, right, and save themselves from each district. What do you think the Thomas Fala is important here? When you talk about Lofa, what do you think the Jeremiah Kun is so important when you talk about Nima? These people come with a cloud of witnesses that you must have them in your corner, correct? Corner great?
Go over that question again. You say, what do I think about?
I mean, if you talk about Thomas Fala from Lofa, President George, President Bwaka, and you know whether he's going to run or he will not run, Thomas Fala is a force in Lofa right now, right? Let's talk about Jeremiah Kun. Jeremiah Kun has broken the code. He remains a force in Nimba. You must have them in your corner.
Is Thomas Fala a force in Lofa or in Foya? We need to clarify this.
Where is Foya?
Any other district in Lofa, he's not going to win.
Where is Foya?
Foya is in Lofa, but he's
leave me, man. Leave me
the force in Foya, not in Lofa.
You said Foya in Lofa. Then I said, man, I'm forcing Lofa.
Lofa has 9 districts.
No, that argument
can only win one. But the argument I'm bringing is not like Jeremiah Kun that won the whole county. Then I'm talking about looking in Lofa. I'm just trying to let you know.
Better. Paul.
Yeah, seven. Sorry, Akara.
Paul. Thomas Fala is a force in Lofa. Take it or leave it.
Let me just say this.
Okay? I will say that to you.
No. Let me hold my disagreement. The force in Lofa is Joseph Walker.
Yeah.
You repeat. The force in
But you gotta get it clear. Joseph Walker would not be in the picture again, bro.
The force in Lofa that Joseph Walker, whether he contests
not Thomas Fala
in Lofa, whether he contests or not, it's a force in Lofa County.
What are you talking about? If there is no Joseph Walker, you get somebody right now called Jeremiah Kun because there is no Prince Johnson.
Let me repeat. Lofa has shown by consistent support for Walker. The force in Lofa is Walker. It will decide the vote strings in the county. Exactly. Now, the issue of Kun has not demonstrated a lineage to the southeastern region. He's more of Nema than the southeastern region. When he more on Nema, in the absence of Prince Johnson, I mean, in the presence of Prince Johnson, Kun didn't demonstrate that he qualified. He stayed yet up to now. Nobody can say Kun is a qualifier for Nema County. Nobody can say that.
Nema is still splintered to some extent on representative, senator, and all of those things. Okay. He's striving to see whether Nema can have one vote in one direction. So he doesn't cut across counties. What are you like? Even most rather here, nobody knows. He doesn't cut across counties. We got to be as realistic as we can be. Okay? Now, the issue of we are cut across all the counties. You go here one, you come down, you can take vote for any county. It's not a debate. Let us not restrict it to Southeastern. Let us Southeastern or whether Monserrado, whether McGibby, whether Bon County, all of those things. But there's something that you asked, Anton, because you have Winston coming from the Southeastern region, we are still one. Winston was there. We had Arizona coming from the Southeastern region, we are still one. Everybody thought it was split the votes and all of those things. But the fact of the matter here is that Kun is in a difficult position. I'm talking about basketball. Kuna is in a difficult position. Okay, you can't rely on Richard Kun. The reason why Richard Kun get in Banabay after their move, you know the story. If that guy was going to contest, you know what's going to happen. You can get $1 million. Some people just don't call it call, not because you're doing Richard Kun. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't have the vignette, you know, that character, reaching or cutting across and all of those things. It's certain is not in you. You have to practice it. You understand? The next thing that can speak on, because if Kun becomes speaker, and people see him want to be running me, they will honor my again. Listen to me well. Listen to me well.
So that gave others a chance to speak here.
Yeah.
I think your scenario, you are hiding something, and these are the scenario of agree that cause CDC
what will
to lose, right?
No,
well, let me finish. Now you finish talking. Let me finish my own, man. Hey, man. But you finish. But you finish now. Hold on. Remember, Gray, you gotta wait back. Give your friend a chance to talk about. We not many on the show. But we're not. Quarter Gray, Remy Gray. I think our brother Akaris Gray had something, yeah.
But you think
you see, my man, then you can have the conversation. You're not top playing the game, man. A chance. The fierce urgency of now, right? Joe Manuel, we are the best player ever he can get all the plenty of vote from. That is Southeastern region. Am I lying, Conor Gray? From Charlie Quintana. Joe, but no, my man, let me finish, man. Let me finish. I beg you, But Gray, let me finish.
You joking
all right. So Aaron Gray, Eddie, let me say this. Right now, since the 2023 election, Joe Manuel win is broken. The only place he sustained himself mostly was the Southeastern region. As per the report. Hey, Aaron Gray, talk to me now. No, but we gotta wait. But Conor Gray, Honorable Gray, you can't talk alone. Let give Remy the chance to speak. Remy, talk to us.
You know, I think this is the closest the Nimba people have come to the presidency. It is a different ball game if Kun is running as president in Nimba than Richard Falagon as VP to him in Lofa. I agree with you at Carriers. He doesn't have that clout like Richard Kun would have in Nimba because you know what? The presidency is one of the heavy. There's no way
we get a support from Joseph Boaga.
No, I'm coming there. There's no way the Nimba people see their son, and the presidency would be almost come from Nimba because the Nimba people have waited for this for a while. So they're not even going to wheezy-wazzy about the decision of Kun. They're going to go head first to support him, en masse, regardless whether Joe is the most popular man like their way we see his defeat coming from en masse. Now, when you come to Monserrado, people will be chewing bites and pieces here and there. So, but when it comes to Lofa, I don't know whether Thomas Fowler will have that popular support, because you know what, there are others in Lofa right now complaining whether or not the Lomas are saying that they have been marginalized. They have not been given anything. I could be wrong. You understand?
You know how many representatives that Thomas Fowler supported in Lofa, and now they are all saying thank you to him. You know how many representatives?
Well, I didn't know that.
You should look at the geographical landscape. Yeah, Thomas Fowler single-handedly supported all these things. Guess what happened? Thomas Fowler came right back to Joseph Imapaka and said, "Uncle, I'm sorry." Bend over, the person lay his hand on him. There's a three-way street right now. Thomas Fowler, let's just leave Joseph Boakai out of this. Thomas Fowler, Brian Samuka, and the former director that they just removed, how you call him, Steve Zago. Forget about the other people there. These are the people that will be sitting and calling the shot. You know the relationship between Samuka and Thomas Fowler yet? Samuka is going to beat Councilor Jala. You know why? Because Thomas Fowler is supporting Samuka. Thomas Fowler do not want Councilor Jala. He and Councilor Jala can see eye to eye. He doesn't want Councilor Jala to be a senator the one after 2029. This is a plan that is in the making. So what I would say to you, and the reason why you see my brother Gray don't want me to talk, because he know that I know.
Why you know?
President George Manawia will have a run for his money. This is a CDC government that have no structure right now. Everything they do, they will run the politics and run propaganda, but they got no structure right now. They got no leader, right? They are like chicken without head. And people say, "Oh, Sandra, why are you saying this?" I know. These guys, they're not putting up no game plan. Look at the former chairman fighting to uphold the rule of law in the person of Chairman Boba Malu. Look at what they did to Fanatic Kofa. Did you see the leadership of CDC supporting Fanatic Kofa? Were any of them in Fanatic Kofa office at the Capitol building? Did they take that mask from Fanatic Kofa at the Capitol building? Did they spend the money, their 6 years resources? Did you see them spending a dime to support the fight to bring Fanatic Kofa back to power? You don't let us talk here, man. These guys, they are disorganized. These guys, no, give me a chance, my man. I beg you, man. No, give me a chance. I can't stay. I know it's going on your skin. Give me a chance. I can't stay. I know it's going on your skin. Give me a chance. It's going on your skin. These guys, no, let me finish. So, Akaras, wait. If you want to talk, you will talk. I beg you, my man. I beg you. This is what happening.
What are you happening?
No, but when now, Akaras, wait. Akaras, let me finish your talk. I beg you.
When you soon become ruling party, you know what happened to you automatically?
Akaras.
You lost Monterrey County.
I beg you, I will agree with everything you're saying, but let me do my small talking. I agree. You lost 100%. I agree, but let me finish what I'm saying. I beg you. So let me talk to you, right? The issue about CDC.
No, you're not talking to.
But then give me a chance. If you want me to talk to you, give me a chance. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. The issue here.
I'm not a woman called a baby to go downstairs. She waiting for you. Not in the short end.
You waiting
for you downstairs the short end.
No, but Stata, here's my own prediction. If
you're not being fair. Colonel Gray, you're not being fair. Why the men stopping me? Then you must talk. No, let me fair. Yeah.
They might want to hear your voice.
No, not waiting for me. I will say what I want to say tonight.
Let me just make my point and leave.
Robin Gray, you're not being fair. Let me say. There's a reason why Akaris is stopping me. Let me tell you something. CDC party CDC party, they are disorganized, right? Imagine, look at when we're poking, let's be serious. They are so damn disorganized. They got no,
You can see every day on the show that they want to support the United Party or the party brand.
But no, tonight we talk about CDC. No. Tonight we talk about CDC. Tonight we talk about CDC. CDC party, right? They travel.
Akaras, what happened to on the mic? Nobody hearing you. Una see what we hearing.
Don't do this, man. Don't get me to talk.
Agreement, don't argue with them. They make me on the mic.
Paul Kennedy, let me say this to you. Hello?
Okay, now United Party, you want to talk about tonight? They will not call you, go downstairs, man.
Oh, okay, I come here. I'll be there.
You go eat my tobacco, right?
He called my wife and my wife calling me.
I said she got that time, but thank you. She said she got that.
Thank God for it. Thank God for us that you love that man.
No, but Liberians got to hear this, right? I gotta go.
No, you want me to fire, man? No, you want me to fire? No, you don't want me to fire now. They will not call you.
Nothing down the show. You are saved by the bell. We'll wait for the mob. You are saved by the bell, Honorable Gray. We'll wait for the mob. Nothing down
the men are getting ready for you, bro.
My man, the man, what you calling? You know, I know they were calling. Y'all good night. That's it. Good night.
Yes,
good night, man.
I agree, and I can agree. It's been a great show. Thanks to everyone for being on tonight. We appreciate your participation. Thanks to everyone who called in. Thanks to the many of you who have been watching. We appreciate you for following the show. All of you who shared the program, we appreciate you as well. Thanks to our audience across social media on Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. We appreciate all of you for participating on this edition of Spoon Talk. As you know, this is where you get the news. This is where you get the analysis on the trending national issues in the country. Thanks to all of you here. I see Abraham Amara Donos, Siafa Gray, Chris Wright, Jeff Roberts. I see Hannah Wright, and the many of you following tonight. We appreciate all of you for being here with us on Spoon Talk. The invitation is yours to join us tomorrow for another edition of the program. It's going to be a spirited conversation. Thanks to all of you. Damore, Harris, Harris Samuel, we appreciate you for being on tonight. My name is Nelson Collier. They will come your way. Have a good night. Up next is the Late Night Show, the Late Night Politics on Spoon. Bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. It's the show from the CEO.